Mówię teraz.
Okay, good morning and welcome to
Dzień
all
dobry
of you.
Państwu
I witamy Państwa wszystkich zebranych tutaj na sali w Warszawie. Witamy również wszystkich tych, którzy uczestniczą w tym warsztacie w trybie online, zdalnie. Bardzo się cieszę, że tu jestem. Czy działa tłumaczenie? Czy słyszą Państwo tłumaczy? Tłumacza?
Okay.
Tak, działa.
Okay. So let's start immediately. I welcome
W takim razie
Kamil Wilde,
rozpocznijmy. Witam pana Kamila Wildera, który jest wiceprezesem Urzędu Transportu Kolejowego i razem z Europejską Agencją do spraw kolejnictwa mamy tutaj właśnie inicjatorów naszej Akademii ERA. Witamy!
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is this amazing opportunity that comes together with the Polish presidency. In the EU, we have the technical specifications of interoperationality. Well, ladies and gentlemen, changes are constantly taking place in the rail industry, and the Railway Transport Office keeps you updated about them on an ongoing basis on its website, in the social media, at conferences, at meetings. We want all those involved in this area to have constant access to up-to-date and reliable knowledge. And this is also why we are meeting here today in Warsaw. Well, I believe that this is one of the most beautiful venues, conference venues in Warsaw, the Sobieski Hotel. Today, we'll provide you with some guidance that relates to the TSI activities and tasks of the fourth railway package. The fourth railway package, including the package of amendments to the technical specifications for interoperability, adopted in 2023, if my memory doesn't fail me, well, introduced many innovations in the legislation of the European Union railway sector. Well, that closed a process of several years of work. Well, that was the digitalization of the railways and the ecology of the freight transport. Note that the new TSIs apply to the current but also to the future infrastructural investment projects. They are quite massive and they remain yet to be made, and they also relate to the central transportation hub. So, for example, when it comes to the control TSIs, well, we think about the improvements about the in the ATO systems, the ATO systems. Then we have the ATO class system that has been developed for the European rail market to be fully compatible with the ERTMS, and that is intended to allow for the safe and seamless implementation of the systems in accordance with the control command TSI. Ladies and gentlemen, we want this workshop to be as much hands-on as it is possible. And we want you to understand and apply the TSI. We'll have experts available for you today and tomorrow, and you can discuss with them all issues, questions, concerns that come to your mind throughout the workshop. Access to experts and knowledge is something that the Rail Transport Authority cares deeply about. For many years, we have been providing opportunities for new skills and professional development. For example, we run the Rail Safety Academy. Now it's its second edition. This academy is free training an opportunity that we target the whole market with. And last year we launched another training project. It is about introducing uniform standards of service for people with disabilities on the railways. We are implementing these projects thanks to funding from the European funds. Well, without these funds, the projects would be either very limited or they wouldn't take place at all. There is, for example, one that has completely changed the verification of future train drivers' knowledge. Well, it is yet another year of its operation, the examination of motoring center for train drivers. And now we know that every train driver who passes the state exam has the knowledge and skills which are simply necessary for the profession. Then we have another form of meetings with experts. This is what we call Fridays with UTK, Fridays with our agency. Well, we invented that concept 10 years ago, and it's been very well received by the industry. Many companies are keen to use these opportunities offered by such individual meetings. Dozens of such meetings are held every year, and they help to clarify doubts and present some case studies. I truly hope that today's and tomorrow's workshops will also bring you value. The legal environment in which we operate is constantly changing. In general, I would say that this is a very positive development, as we can improve what needs improving and develop what has already proved its worth, but it can be improved. We are also adapting to technological changes and, quite simply, to the needs of rail users and employees. This is why I'm very pleased that we have been able to offer you such a meeting during the Polish presidency of the European Union. This shows how important rail transport is, not only at a national level, but also for the whole of the community. I would like to thank the European Union Railway Agency. Thank you for organizing this workshop, for its preparation in technical terms. This is one of your many activities which help to build safe railways and support the integration of European systems. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to all of you gathered here in this room, all who are gathered in this room, in this venue, and our online participants. Well, enjoy the sessions, have a fruitful and intensive debate. We have our experts available. Pop them up with questions, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilde. Now we continue with a short presentation of ERA Academy activities. May I quickly present myself? I am Dorothea, and together with my wingmate, João, we are building ERA Academy since 3 years. ERA Academy organizes for the European Union Agency for Railways almost all events and conferences, and also technical workshops. Thank you. Like you see some examples on the screen. We do not only organize events, we are now populating an e-learning platform which is accessible free of charge for everyone, anytime, with basic courses on railway safety, human and organizational factors, organizational just culture, and EOTMS will be available very soon. TSIs, the basics, the background, why does the European Union Agency for Railways work on TSIs, SMS, and more of that. So I invite you to visit the e-learning platform, which you can find on the ERA website anytime. Here is an overview of all the trainings that are coming up in the next months. I will not read them to you, don't worry. All the slides we present today and tomorrow will be put on the ERA website so you can download them. Now, coming to today, this is not a conference. This is a workshop, which means that we really expect two-way discussion. Do not hesitate to ask questions. We have translators here in the room. Online participants can ask their questions online. As I say, this workshop is streamed. This means that we have to be strict in timing. So we have to keep to the schedule. And during the coffee breaks, the lunch break, and the networking cocktail this evening, you will have the chance to speak to my colleagues, ERA experts, but also to the experts of UTK for individual questions. So use this day to the maximum. The presentations will be on the website. Yeah, one more thing for those here present in the room that need an attendance certificate. Please write to academy@era-europa.eu, and I will send you the certificate in the coming days. Are there any organizational questions for the moment? No? Then I am pleased to hand over the moderation of this workshop to my wingmate of ERA Academy, João Gaspar. I'm happy to have you here, João, and I hand over to my colleague. Give him a warm applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Dorothea, for the nice introduction of the Academy, and welcome everybody to our TSI workshops. So my name is João Gaspar. I am the Technical Coordinator of Training and Education Development at the agency, and I will be here with you today, acting as the moderator, and I will be guiding you through this couple of days where we're going to talk about the TSI, which is the purpose of these workshops, and we're going to talk about some aspects of interoperability and talk a little bit about the RTMS on the second day. So one thing I would like to tell you is that, like my colleague Dorothea said, this is not a conference, this is a workshop, which means that I will be walking around, and even the ones that are hiding on the background, you will not be safe. Okay, having said that, we have a program, and of course there are some timetables that we have to keep. I'll try to keep those timetables on time, but more importantly, I would like you to understand what we're trying to do here, because it's not common, it should be, but it isn't, to have experts so close to you, and you'll have the opportunity to make those questions live. So if you have any concerns or something that you cannot understand or you apply on your daily work and those questions are there, feel free to ask them, okay? So I'll be walking around with the microphone. Our colleagues will be here, my colleagues, which I'll introduce in a bit, and you'll have the opportunity to ask these questions very nicely. I worked in the UK industry for 14 years. Not only on the railway domain, but also in the safety domain. And maybe it's a trend that I have, but in case there is a fire or some emergency, the exits are on your back. They're signaled in green, and we'll make it through the doors to a safe place outside, okay? So without further delay, because I'll be walking around anytime soon, I would like first to thanks a lot to the Polish NSA, who have cooperated with us to organize this here in Poland, in Warsaw. And we received a lot of support from them, but we're also keen to work together in cooperation with them. So that's one of the things I wanted to say. And the second thing is that please enjoy and make the most of the day. We'll be walking around, we're approachable, and just ask us any question. To kickstart, I would like to invite to the stage my colleague Antoine Defoussé, who is going to talk to you a bit about the TSI, what they're there for, how they're created, but also touching a bit on the fourth four-way package and the authority tasks. As you know, the agency is now the system authority of the authority tasks, including vehicle authorization, ERTMS truck side approvals, and single safety certificates. We will be here to talk a little bit about that in general, but if you have further specific questions, by all means, feel free to ask. So I call now to the stage Antoine. Yes, let's start our TSI workshop now.
Thank you, Joao, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I will start with a short presentation about interoperability first, because in the word TSI, we all know what technical means. Normally, we should. We all know what the specification is, but maybe it's not very clear what interoperability means for all of us. So let's clarify a bit this term, and to do so, we will do a little bit of history. Not long history, short-term history. We will talk about the 4 railway packages that the Commission has adopted since 2001 in order to implement and to develop the single European railway area. But let's start with a drawing. So when I started in the agency 15 years ago, it was in 2010, I was coming from Bombardier, so I was designing regional passenger rolling stock. I knew a little bit about the PRM TSI and the SRT TSI and the noise TSI, because these ones had been adopted in 2008 for regional trains. But frankly, I did not know really what interoperability meant. And so I joined the agency, and this drawing was on the door of the first head of unit in the agency on interoperability, Mr. Jean-Charles Pichon. So when I arrived on my first day, I was invited in his office to discuss, and he showed me this drawing, and I understood that I had to find it funny. So I said, very, very funny, because he was the boss of my boss, so I could not, I had to show a nice face, but I didn't understand anything about this drawing. So on this drawing, you see 2 guys in a restaurant, and one is eating in the plate of the other one with his fork. And the one asking, what does interoperability mean? It means that I can hit from your plate with my fork. Okay, that's, after a few months in the agency, I understood that this drawing perfectly defines what interoperability means. And in order that you understand quicker than me, we need to come back a little bit in history and to see what are these 4 railway packages that the Commission adopted. So, 25 years ago, the situation in all member states was approximately the same. There was one company, a national company, often a state-owned company, and this one company was doing everything. This company was managing the infrastructure. This company was setting the rules for the acceptance of rolling stock, the rule for the acceptance of any subsystem. This company was operating the trains. This company was assessing the conformity of subsystems to the rules it had defined, and it was also carrying out the maintenance and everything. So this was the situation in almost all member states. But at the beginning of the 20th century, or at the end of the 20th century, some questions started to arise, in particular about the size of a railway area. What is the size of a railway area? Is a railway area national? Is a railway area European? And the reflection led the Commission to say, okay, we need to develop a single European railway area. Because the size of a railway area is not just one member state, it is the European Union. With this kind of structure, there is no open market, because when a company wants to operate in another network, it's very difficult. They need to identify the rules. They need to have the conformity to the rules assessed by the other company, which generally is a competitor. So there's no open market. There's no interoperability, and we will see later. And it will not be possible with such a structure to develop a European railway area. And so the Commission decided to make some regulation in order to open the market and to create this single European railway area. So the objective was really to restructure the transport market in order to facilitate the circulation of goods and of people, because you know that is one of the key objectives of the EU is to facilitate the circulation of goods and people in the European Union. To strengthen the position of railway also, because this is, let's say, an idea of the Commission, or a general idea that competition is good for the market. We'll not discuss this idea because we are in a technical meeting, but this is the general idea of the Commission. So the Commission decided to act on the market, to act on the networks, and to act on the infrastructure. And they developed 4 legislative packages that are called the railway packages. They are called packages because each time it's not just one directive or one regulation, it's a set of regulatory documents that was published. That's why it's a package. So these 4 railway packages, the first one dates back from 2001. And you will see that from the beginning, the intention is to separate the infrastructure and those who manage the infrastructure from the use of the infrastructure and those who use the infrastructure. So in 2001, there was the first railway package. You have the link to all the texts, all the legislative texts. We will not review those texts today, of course, because it's not the place. But if one night you have some problems, you cannot fall asleep, I invite you to open one of these links and to start reading. You will see it's very efficient to fall asleep quickly. So the first railway package is a first attempt to separate the infrastructure from those who use the infrastructure, as I said. So the infrastructure manager can charge for the use of the infrastructure. The railway undertaking needs to get a license, and there needs to be, at member state level, a regulatory authority to ensure equal access to the infrastructure. In 2001, it is also the opening of the high-speed line HS1 in the UK, linking London to Paris, to Brussels and Amsterdam via the Channel Tunnel. And this is really a good example of why the reflection started then about the size of the railway area. Because this train, HS1 train, is often given as an example of the technical situation of the past. In order to be able to go from London to Amsterdam, for example, this train had to have on board 7 different Class B systems. There was the Class B system on HS1, there was 1 for the Channel Tunnel, there were 2 for the French network, 1 for the high-speed network TVM and 1 for the conventional network, KVB. There were also 2 for Belgium for the same reason, and I think 1 or 2 for the Netherlands. So really at that time, the reflection was to say, okay, it cannot go like that, because the Class B system is just an example, but this train needed also to have several fire extinguishers on board, because the fire extinguisher in the cabin required by the English authority was not the same than the one required by the French authority, and it was also different from the one required by the Belgian or the Netherlands authority. And all the rules were like that. The size of the dimension of the windscreen, for example, was also different. So all the rules were different, meaning that this train, to be authorized to go from London to Amsterdam or to Brussels, needed to comply with 4, 5 sets of rules. So that's really also the reflection why there needs to be some technical harmonization and some operational harmonization and some harmonization in the processes to authorize and to operate the trains. So this is the first railway package. It was followed in 2004 by the second railway package, which for us is quite important because it is the second railway package that creates our agency, the European Railway Agency. So it was created in 2004. That's why last year we celebrated our 20 years anniversary. The second railway package is also the first safety directive, a very important document that was in force until 2016 and defining all the rules about safety, but my colleagues will explain a bit more later, and the first interoperability directive. So the second railway package is a more technical package, but there are also some measures for the market, again, in order to separate the infrastructure from the users of an infrastructure and to facilitate access to the infrastructure to all railway undertaking, fulfilling the conditions, of course, to access to an infrastructure. Here on the picture, it's our building that was inaugurated in 2009, but the agency was created in 2004. The third railway package followed soon after the second one. It's from 2007. So the third railway package is a bit specific because it's a bit different themes that were covered. There is a passenger right regulation, rail passenger right regulation in the third railway package. It's a first regulation about the rights of the passengers when taking the train. There is a train driver directive also in order to facilitate the operation of train drivers in different member states. And in 2007, there was the record of the TGV with a speed of 574.8 kilometers per hour by train, and the opening of the line between Madrid and Barcelona. And this line between Madrid and Barcelona is often given as a good example of interoperability, because it is at the moment operated by 3 different companies, I think, with 3 different types of rolling stock. There is Renfe, SNCF, and Trenitalia, yes, with 3 different types of rolling stock. So that's really a good example of what the Commission wanted to achieve with this 4 railway package. Here I would like to mention the second interoperability directive, which was not part of the package, but which was very, very important document in order to define, again, more precisely the role of the different actors in the authorization of the subsystems, fixed installation and rolling stock, about the professional qualification of the staff, etc. And in 2008, it's also the entry into force of the PRM TSI. The PRM TSI is an important document for a person with reduced mobility in particular, because it is the first sectoral regulation on accessibility. Until the PRM TSI, there was only national regulations and no European sectoral regulation. So the railway sector here was really pioneering in a way, because it is the first sector who adopted a European regulation about accessibility. So PRM TSI was an important milestone. And finally, the fourth railway package in 2016. So the fourth railway package its objective is to complete the single European railway area, to complete the single market. It comprises 6 texts, 3 texts from what we call the market pillar. So again, it's about the opening of the market to competition of rail services, freight services, passenger services, first international passenger services, then local, regional passenger services, and also and in 2016, it was the opening of the Gotthard Tunnel, so which is still now the longest tunnel with 50 kilometers. So a significant milestone also. Some more words about the fourth railway package.
In the past 3 years, the combined work of the European Commission, the European Parliament, and the Council of the European Union has set the ground for the adoption of the fourth railway package in the course of 2016. The main advantage of the new procedure will be that instead of going to all local authorization centres and discussing the authorization process with each national authority, there will be only one single authority ensuring coordination and the provision of authorizations. So, 2 example cases. A train manufacturer builds a locomotive that should later run in 10 EU countries. Instead of authorizing the train in each of the 10 concerned member states, the authorization of the locomotive will happen at only one place. Or perhaps a railway undertaking needs operation permits for several EU countries. The agency can provide a single safety certificate valid in all member states. This facilitates the process as no further assessment in each member state is necessary. The centralized authorization and certification will happen at only one place. This will lead to faster processes, to better understanding, and help to reduce costs. For these new tasks, in cooperation with the national safety authorities, the agency's input will facilitate the new harmonized rules. The one-stop shop is an IT tool to support the coordination and to facilitate the exchange of information. ERA will guarantee the coherence of the applied processes and the coherence of the decisions. The agency acts as the system authority for the European Rail Traffic Management System, ERTMS, which has been set up to create unique signalling and communication standards throughout Europe. Every trackside subsystem part has to be authorized by the relevant national safety authority. The ERA trackside approval will speed up the authorization process and ensure the harmonized implementation of ERTMS and interoperability. Together, we make the single European railway area happen.
Okay, so you see the conclusion is to make the single European railway area. It's always this objective to say that the dimension of a railway area, it's not a member state, but it's the EU. So, as I said, the fourth railway package is composed of two pillars. The technical pillar, on which we will provide more details during the day, with a new safety directive, a new interoperability directive, and a new agency regulation with new tasks for the agency, and a market pillar about further opening of the market. I will not go into the detail about that. You have all the text if you are interested. So, the market pillar, what are these objectives? So, as I said from the beginning, it's to finalize, to complete the opening of the market that started with the first railway package, in order to allow all railway undertakings that have a certificate valid for a certain member state to be operating any type of passenger service in the countries that are covered by their single safety certificate. Also contains some rules to improve the governance and to ensure the non-discrimination between the different actors, in particular from the infrastructure manager, and the principle that all railway services now need to be the object of a public tender, allowing any participants to propose a bid and to propose an offer for this railway service. So, voilà, the objectives, as I said, is to increase competition, and to by the competition to have a better quality, more choice for the different for the customers, passengers and freight customers. Okay, so this is the market pillar, and the objectives of the technical pillar were to boost the competition by the simplification of the authorization of placing in service. We have seen it on the movie. Authorization of placing in service can be delivered once by the agency for several member states. There is, to that effect, a one-stop shop, which several of you probably know already. The one-stop shop is an only entry point for all applications for vehicle authorization and safety certificates, whatever the area of use. And also, with that, the reduction of the national rules in order to remove the need for assessment by designated body for the national rules. The less national rules, the less designated body involvement. And so, again, a simplification of the authorization process. With the fourth railway package, we changed our name. So So the European Railway Agency became the European Union Agency for Railways. So this change of name was to illustrate the change of status of the agency. We used to be only a regulatory agency. With the fourth railway package, we become a regulatory and operational agency. So that's why our management thought that it was good to change the name. So we are the European Union Agency for Railway, but we remain ERA because it's easier to read than EUR. Another technical pillar, we will provide more details later today. As I said, the technical pillar, it's interoperability directive, safety directive, and agency regulation. But it's also much more documents than that. In particular, there are some implementing regulation from the Commission, what we call the practical arrangement for vehicle authorization, for example, the PAVA, the regulation 2018-545. There are other regulations about the template for certificates, for example, about the fees and charges. So there are several implementing regulations associated to the interoperability directive. There are also a lot of guides that have been produced by us, guidance about the vehicle authorization, clarification notes to the guidance. So a lot of documents are available, and there are some agreements that have been placed with national safety authorities and also between the national safety authorities in order to, for example, to facilitate the cross-border application, the application for cross-border stations, and to allow us to cooperate with the national safety authority and take some expertise also from the national safety authorities. So it's much more than just the interoperability directive, and you will see later this afternoon where on our website to find the information that you need. So, in parallel to this work from the Commission, the agency was also active, of course, in our field, which is the TSIs. And I would like here to identify maybe 5 steps in the development of the TSIs. The first step is the creation of TSIs for the high-speed network. So you remember with the case of the HS1 from London to Amsterdam that really the need for harmonization came from the development of high-speed international transport. And so the first series of TSI, they were about high-speed subsystem. And the first one in 2002 was the first high-speed rolling stock TSI. So in 2002, you remember that the agency did not exist. The agency was created in 2004 by the second railway package. So at that time, it was an association of the industry and the railway undertaking. It was a European Association for Railway Interoperability who drafted these first TSIs. In 2002, the high-speed TSI, it continued with infrastructure, energy, and in 2008, there was a full set of TSIs for infrastructure, energy, and high-speed passenger rolling stocks. So at that time, in 2008, then you had 2 different regulatory frameworks that did exist for rolling stock, for example. You had the high-speed TSIs for high-speed trains, and you had the national rules for conventional trains. Okay, so this is something to keep in mind. Secondly, between more or less 2005 and 2011, we developed TSI for the conventional rail. So the first wagon TSI, for example, in 2006, is a good example of that. This first wagon TSI was basically a compilation of UIC leaflets applicable to wagons. So it was a very dense document, but still it did exist. In 2008, as I said, we had the PRM TSI applicable to high-speed and conventional rail, and the safety in railway tunnel TSI also applicable to high-speed and conventional rail. And in 2011, we had the conventional rail TSIs, the first lock and pass TSI, the first infrastructure, and the first energy TSIs. So in 2011, there were 3 regulatory frameworks applicable in any member state. There was the high-speed TSI, all high-speed TSI for the high-speed networks and the high-speed train. The conventional rail TSI, lock and pass, infrastructure, energy, for the trans-European network, what we call the 10 network. And for the off-10, so the 10 network mostly consists in the corridors and the main lines. But there is also the off-10, all the small lines, regional lines, and for the off-10, national rules remained in place. So in 2011, there were 3 different regulatory frameworks. And, for example, a high-speed train that would circulate on high-speed lines, but also on conventional lines and sometimes on small line, would have to comply with the 3. So the next step between 2011 and 2014 was to create a single set of TSIs applicable to the complete network. And that's what we did, resulting in the set of TSIs 2014, lock and pass, infrastructure, energy. So all the TSIs that entered into force at the beginning of 2015 and that were adopted in 2014. So these TSIs, they cover the complete European network. They cover high-speed, conventional rail, and off-10, so small lines. So from 2015, now there is this unique European network, and in parallel, there is still a national framework, European framework, TSI, plus the national framework that is still applicable. And since 2015, now we have started the exercise to review all the national rules from all the member states, because since the TSI framework covers everything, we start to clean up the national rules, because we don't need anymore the national rules unless they cover specificities due to network specificities or due to the existence of Class B systems, for example. So after 2015, we revised again the TSI to adapt them to the fourth railway package, because with the fourth railway package, there are new concepts that we will talk about later, like the placing on the market instead of placing in service, route compatibility check before operation, after the placing in market. There are what we call the basic design characteristics that determine the need for a new authorization or not. So we had to adapt the TSIs, in particular the lock and pass and wagon and CCS TSI, to the fourth railway package. And that's what we did between 2015 and 2019. And in 2020, we received a new mandate from the Commission, which was about mostly maintenance of the TSI and introduction of some new topics. So this work ended in 2023 with the TSI package 2023 that we will present a bit later. And now we have received a new request from the Commission, and the objective now is to simplify the TSIs and to clarify them, and also to introduce the new topics that arrive from research projects, for example, like the digital automatic coupler, the introduction of FRMCS, cybersecurity, etc. We may say a few words about the next package tomorrow. So, after these 25 years of efforts from both the Commission and the agency to develop railway packages and to develop technical specifications in line with those railway packages. We have a situation much more fragmented than what it was in 25 years ago, where we had only one actor. Now we have many actors. All the actors have a role that is well-defined, or that should be well-defined. If it's not well-defined, it's our task to improve our text in order that the roles are better defined. And these actors, they are the authorities first, the agency and the NSA defining the rules. We define the rules in the TSI. NSA, they define the rules applicable on their network due to particular reasons. We work together with NSAs to clarify what rules can remain and what rules cannot remain. So this is our role together with the NSA. The infrastructure manager, its role is to maintain the infrastructure, to provide the information via the register of infrastructure or via the network statement to the railway undertaking who intend to operate on the infrastructure. So this role is clear also. The role of railway undertaking is to operate the train. Before that, to have to perform the route compatibility check in order to ensure that they can operate the train. The manufacturers, they are still manufacturing the train, but there are different assessment bodies now that are defined. The notified body for the conformity with the TSIs, the designated body for the conformity with the national rules that remain, the assessment body for the risk assessment, for the requirement capture, etc. And the entity in charge of the maintenance for carrying out the maintenance. So all these roles, all these entities that have been created were necessary in order to achieve what I said at the beginning was the objective of the Commission, a single European railway area with an open market, the possibility for railway undertaking to operate on different networks without discrimination, so the possibility to the facilitation of circulation of goods and passengers in Europe. So with that in mind, no doubt that you now have all understood what means interoperability for railway. And Joao, I think you can find someone maybe to answer to the question. Yeah? So for railway, what is the meaning of interoperability?
I think maybe it is going to be an exam question, huh? It's an exam question.
Yeah, but still. Well, sure, I start again, so sorry.
I think it's clear. They're just a little bit shy, so it's the first hour of the day. We haven't even finished.
No one volunteers? Yes.
There's a volunteer there.
Back.
Yes, of course. So what does interoperability mean?
It means that I can use my train on your tracks.
Yes, exactly. That I can operate my train on your network. So voilà, this is the objective, really, of the Commission, and that's what interoperability is about. It's about the possibility. There is a definition of interoperability in the directive, but the definition is not very clear. If you remember that it's just the possibility to a railway undertaking to operate a train in any European network, of course, with the condition that it fulfills the applicable rule. It needs to have a safety certificate valid in this member state. The rolling stock needs to be compatible with the route. It needs to be authorized for the member state and compatible with the route. So there are conditions, but that's really the objective. So to summarize some takeaway, so voilà, interoperability refers to the uninterrupted movement of train. For example, the possibility to travel from Vienna to Krakow without being interrupted at the border of Slovakia and then at the border of Poland or Austria. It requires an optimal level of technical harmonization, and that's the aim of the TSI, to define the technical harmonization, the optimal level of technical harmonization. So in the TSIs, we try not to specify everything, but to specify what is necessary for interoperability, and not more. It requires to know what are the technical characteristics of the network on which the railway undertaking wants to operate. So this is done via the information provided by the infrastructure manager in the register of infrastructure, in the network statement, etc. And it requires to have clear rules on the vehicle authorization so that when a rolling stock is operated in member state A and B, both NSAs are confident that the rolling stock is able to operate safely in both member states, even if they were not involved in the authorization. Are there any questions on this first part about interoperability?
Yes, there's a question there. If you could please just give us your name and function, please.
Marek Pawlik, Deputy Director of Railway Research Institute, a notified body. 2 questions. The first one, you have said you revoke some national requirements because everything what's necessary is already defined. Can you say what are the intentions in relation to signaling systems, to interlocking block systems, level crossing protection systems? Are they able to be defined on European level, or they are free and everyone can use whatever wish?
That's the very first detailed question, which I hope Antoine can answer, but if not, we can find some help here, huh? Nordin?
Right. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon. I want to say your question is too large. In a way that you touch a lot of things like interlocking, signaling, a lot of things. We will see in the side of the presentations some slides on the national rules, so we can give some aspects. Today, as said by Antoine, the TSIs aims, and also the national rules aims to facilitate the interoperability and free movement of vehicles between member states. There are areas where today, like interlocking, it's not covered by the TSIs. So member states may have some rules in order to design that. But such rules do not constitute technical barriers when you have to install a TCS, for example. If you have other questions, because I just keep the example with interlocking, voilà. Okay, thank you.
I think it was a very clear and short answer for a long question.
And the second question is related to the legislation and the development of the requirements. In November last year, a Cyber Resilience Act was published, and it applies for railways, both on the European and on the national level, both for low-level signaling, which is digital, for ETCS, for GSMR, for rolling stock, etc. We have heard in your presentation that the intention is to add cybersecurity as one of the topics of the TSIs. When? Because the member states have time for appointing notified bodies in that respect up to December next year.
So cybersecurity is first, the other European acts, they apply according to their rules. they don't need we don't need to refer to them in the TSI before they are applicable. So the Cyber Resilience Act is applicable to products according to its rule. For the next TSI package in 2026, we are asked by the Commission to assess if there is a need for something specific in the TSI. So for that, we work together with Europe's Rail's joint undertaking, the big research project. And they will, together with us, we will determine if there is a need for something specific on cybersecurity in the TSI. It may not be the case, because as I said, the CRA applies according to its whole implementation plan to all products, including the railway products. But this is an assessment that we need to do for a recommendation in December 2026.
So to be defined. Yes, you want to add something?
Especially that you explained that you are a notified body, but there are notified bodies in the different domains of the industry. But for the railway, when we introduce, if we introduce something about cybersecurity, there is revision of the TSIs, and the NOBO, notified bodies, needs to update their recognitions in regard to the different TSI versions. So I suppose on the recognition we're talking about, it's not about the recognitions in regards to interoperability and TSIs, but in regards to the Cyber Security Resilience Act.
Is that okay? One more and then we'll move on.
I'm afraid the cybersecurity question is a bit more complex. It applies to a number of digital solutions which are not covered by legislation at all, taking both into account national and European. And it is a huge topic, and the biggest afraid that I have at the moment is to say that according to the European regulation, I may become a notified body for the regulation on cyber resilience. However, it is not obvious whether I can be such for railways only, or whether it will be required to cover healthcare, financial services, etc., etc., etc. And that's a topic for today, because the time is limited, and the member states, they need for clarifications and for pointing and verifying the competences of the bodies, they need a year and a half, and we have already less than 2 years.
Thank you. You want to comment? Quick comment on that, Antoine.
No, we agree with you. But the amendment of the TSI, it takes some time, because we don't draft the TSIs alone. We draft the TSI with working party, with working groups. So we have a working party at the moment. We have received already some inputs from Europe's Rail about the application of cybersecurity to railway products, to communication between railway products. We need to assess these documents in order to see if there is a need in the TSI for additional requirements or not, because you know that there are also standards that are developed. If there are harmonized standards, it's not obvious that there is a need for something in the TSI. So all this assessment takes time, and we plan to have something for the Commission at the end of next year, December 26.
Thank you, Anton. Is there anybody else who wants to raise a question since we're at this topic before we move on? There's a question there.
Ksenia Michalska, Skoda Group, Austria. We had previously chance to see that we are trying, where we're heading off about the compliances and to be compliant with the national also rules. When we are applying to ERA and we want to go, for example, all European countries, as we have now this new chapter in TSI, which is called Go Everywhere, more or less. And then, does it mean that we have to still to apply to national authorities. Okay, I've seen that it's easier than we have this European application, but we still have some national regulations which are not covered by TSI, ERA, etc. And is it any plan that we may have it easier done in the future, for example? Because, okay, we have network statements also, where we also can have some technical regulations, but not truly. So what is the plan maybe, if it's, yeah, because it's quite new chapter there.
Yeah. Thank you. So I guess you refer to the point 7115 of the Lock and Pass TSI, which is about unique authorization for coaches. Indeed, so we have drafted this paragraph in order to enable the authorization of coaches in all EU on the model of the paragraph 712 of the Wagon TSI, for those who know the Wagon TSI. And the Appendix C, it permits to have a single authorization covering all EU. It's a bit more difficult for coaches, in particular due to the existence of many different trend detection systems. And the compatibility with trend detection systems is not something that you can do without complying with national rules. So who says compliance to national rules says involvement of DBO and involvement of NSA. We have required all member states to notify their national rules according to a unique template. And the next step will be to include these national rules as specific cases in the TSIs. We hope we can do it before the end of 25-26 also. It also depends on what we receive from member states. And then if this is done, once the national rules are converted into specific cases in the TSI, they can be assessed by an OBO, and then it will be really a unique authorization. But as long as we don't have a solution for the compatibility with trend detection systems, it's true that it's not a unique authorization like it can be for the wagons in a 712 and Appendix C. And this is really due to this compatibility with trend detection systems.
Thank you, Antoine. Is there just one more question there?
Dzień dobry, nazywam się Wojciech.
Hi, my name is Wojciech Rzepka. I come from the Railway Institute, NOBO. Let me go back to Cybersecurity Act. And now, is my understanding correct? As of today, in 2016, in the end, well, that would be that cybersecurity regulation, and you said that you be considering whether you need to introduce something to interoperability or perhaps it won't be necessary. So for a vehicle or the infrastructure with these elements, we would need, as agreed for now, we would need 2 certificates from 2 notifying bodies, and perhaps 1 if it's certified to this interoperability directive and that regulation. And then if there are some requirements for interoperability, so perhaps that notifying body would need to take into consideration the certificate issued previously to that cybersecurity regulation. If not, who is going to wrap it up and check it and assess it? Would that be the ERA or the member state or anyone else?
Yeah, okay. Go on, Nordin.
I will try to give a short answer. If your questions, I will take the example with vehicle authorization. With vehicle authorization, we will see during the presentations, there is a duty to applicants of railway vehicle to design a vehicle that complies with all the essential requirements, safety, technical compatibility, etc. And when asking for an authorization, the applicants need to demonstrate that the vehicle comply with all the essential requirements. Some of the rules legally, some of the legal rules are covered by the TSIs and the related national rules, and some others are covered by other EU legislation. If I take the example of exhaust gas emission, if you have a diesel locomotive, today, an applicant that wants to have a diesel locomotive authorized need to comply, of course, with the TSI rules, but also with the exhaust gas emission regulation. In that case, there is no notified body of railway assessing that. It's the duty of the applicant to comply. And when he's introducing its application in one-stop shop, under this concept of requirements capture, ERA assess how the applicant has considered all the applicable rules to its design. And inside this requirements capture process, we give the possibility to applicants for essential requirements that are not safety to use a different methodology to what we call the common safety method. But if he's using common safety method, there is, if I take the example of cybersecurity, if on the design today of the vehicles, the applicant has identified some risks that relate to cybersecurity, he will consider this risk within its design and is evolving an assessment body, a conformity assessment body, a CSM assessment body that checks that he has considered and its process has considered all the relevant possible risk.
Many thanks, Nordine. I would propose to move on. So I think you can stand up because it's Nordine next, isn't it, for the presentation?
Sorry?
We move on to the next presentation now?
If you want.
Yeah, because I think that when we start talking about the TSIs, we can have even further discussions altogether. I think it will be nice. So we are good on time. So what I propose now is that we go to the next presentation, which will talk about the TSIs and their structures, which will raise more questions. And you're all awake. That's fantastic. So we're having a lot of interaction here. So let's kickstart with the next presentation, and then we'll have a nice debate just before we go for the coffee break. Is that so? Okay, let's do that.
Let's go. So next point is about the TSIs themselves. Why do we have TSIs? First, what is the structure of the TSIs, and what is the content of the TSIs? And a few words about the package 2023 and some key information about that package. So. Why the TSI? So first, we need again to go back in history a little bit and to recall what is still called the new approach. It's called the new approach while it dates back from the 80s, and it originally resulted from a court case where the French producers of crème de cassis cream, which is used in the preparation of the kheer. I don't know if those who drink aperitif, they know probably what a kheer is. It's crème de cassis with white wine. And in the 80s, French producers of crème de cassis, they wanted to export in Germany. And in Germany, they were banned because in Germany, the content of alcohol for fruit liqueurs need to be higher than what is in the crème de cassis. So, and the French producers, they went to court, and at the end, the Commission said, okay, let's harmonize. We need to find a new way of harmonizing. We cannot have all these rules in all the member states, preventing the access to the market to some European products. So they developed this new approach, which is based on a few principles. First principle is to have a technical harmonization by standards. So the regulation should only contain high-level requirements, which we call the essential requirements, and all products that fulfill to the essential requirements, they should be able to access to the market. There should be technical specification about these essential requirements developed by the standardization organizations. And these standards, they are voluntary. So when applying these standards, then it's considered to be compliant to the essential requirements. If some manufacturer decides not to apply the standard, he can still be compliant to the essential requirements, but then he needs to demonstrate this compliance by another means than the standard. Basically, this is the new approach, and it's followed almost unchanged since the 80s. And you can find all the detail about that in what is called the Blue Guide from the Commission that you can find on the Commission website. So the Blue Guide is detailing all about this new approach. So if the railway system was a toy, for example, here you have a very basic railway system, which is picture with infrastructure and rolling stock. If the railway system was a toy, it would need to fulfill the essential requirements of the Directive 2009/48 on the safety of toys. So these essential requirements, they are about safety, and there are harmonized standards that have been developed that give presumption of conformity with the essential requirements in the Directive on the safety of toys. So here on the left, you have the standards in question. It's all standards of the series EN71, safety of toys. So when applying these standards, the presumption of conformity to the essential requirement is granted, but it's also possible for a toy manufacturer not to apply these standards. In that case, it has to demonstrate that it fulfills the essential requirements in another way. So, on this pyramid here, you can see that there are two different levels of mandatoriness, let's say. On the top, you have the essential requirements from the directive. They are mandatory. All the products that are placed on the market need to fulfill these essential requirements. And on the bottom of the pyramid, you have the standards EN71. The application of these standards is voluntary. When applying the standards, presumption of conformity to the essential requirement is given, so the product can be placed on the market. When not applying the standards, the toy manufacturer needs to demonstrate to a conformity assessment body that it still fulfills the essential requirements. So that's basically the new approach, how it works. For railway, it's a bit more complex because the railway system is not a toy. First, if your son is playing with a train Playmobil, for example, and say, okay, I will take my train this afternoon, I go to my friend who has also a train network, and the train network of the friend is Lego, they will not be able to play together with their train because the Playmobil train will not run on the Lego network. But toy manufacturers, they don't really care about, they don't care at all about interoperability. They just want to sell their trains. And also, you have this structure of the railway system, which is complex with many actors. And so it's important to identify the role of these actors precisely. That's why there is a need for an intermediate type of document between the essential requirements and the harmonized standard. And these intermediate documents, they are the TSIs, technical specifications for interoperability. So the objective of the TSIs is to remove the barriers, remove the technical and the functional barriers. Since the earliest development of TSI in 2002 until 2023. That's what we have tried to do, to remove the technical barriers and functional barriers, to remove all the specific rules that were applicable only on one network, and to harmonize as much as possible. Bon. Voilà, bon, I won't read the slide. So where are the TSIs on the pyramid? The TSIs, they are on the upper part of the pyramid, so in the mandatory requirements. They are regulation, they are not standards, they are mandatory. So there's no other choice than being compliant with the TSI in order to get a certificate of conformity of the subsystem or of the interoperability constituent. So in the directive, how is it defined? A TSI is a specification adopted in accordance with the directive, so according to a certain process. We don't adopt TSIs like this. We have a process to follow that is precisely defined in the interoperability directive and in the agency regulation. It involves a certain number of actors, the national safety authorities, the representative of the stakeholders. So all these persons are involved in the drafting of the TSI. So that's what is meant here by adopted in accordance with this directive, by which each subsystem or part of a subsystem is covered in order to meet the essential requirements and ensure the interoperability of the rail system. So you have these two concepts here, meeting essential requirements and ensuring interoperability. These are really the two objectives of the TSI. And an essential requirement is a condition as set out in the Annex 3 of the directive that must be met by the subsystem and the constituent. Alors, in the TSI, in the world of TSI, there are several subsystems. What we call them the structural subsystem and functional subsystems. The structural subsystems are fixed installation, infrastructure and energy, and CCS trackside, rolling stock, wagon, locomotive and passenger units on board the CCS, and also functional subsystems, operation, telematic application and maintenance. There are TSIs covering all those subsystems except maintenance. Maintenance requirements are split in the various TSIs. There is no specific TSI on maintenance, but we have TSIs for structural subsystem, lock and pass, wagon, PRM, SRT, noise for the rolling stock, infrastructure energy for fixed installation, CCS for onboard and trackside CCS, operation for operation, telematic application for freight and passengers. So the TSIs are available on our website. They are available on in the Journal Officiel. They are also available on Eurlex, which is the site with all the legislation from the EU. So what TSI is applicable to which subsystem? Infrastructure SRT PRM is applicable to infrastructure subsystem. PRM about stations and platform, SRT about tunnels, so very specific. For energy, we have requirements in energy TSI and also in SRT TSI. CCS, we have requirements in CCS TSI mostly. A few on SRT, but it's mostly about the fire resistance characteristics, so it's not very important. CCS also for the CCS TSI. And for rolling stock, we have lock and pass, wagon, PRM, SRT, and noise. For operation, we have the OPE TSI mostly, which will be detailed tomorrow. There are also some specific requirements in a PRM about operational rules to improve accessibility, and SRT about emergency scenario, emergency exercises, etc. For maintenance, as I said, we don't have a specific TSI on that. The requirements are split in all other TSIs. And for telematic application, we have the telematic application for passengers and for freight. So the TSIs, they always have the same structure. First, chapter 1 and 2 are about the scope and the definition that are necessary for the TSI. So the scope, it's detailing, for example, the type of rolling stock that is covered in lock and pass TSI, or the type of rolling stock, for example, because now the geographical scope, as I said, is a complete European network. So in terms of geographical scope, we don't need to define precisely. In SRT, we define the scope in terms of the length of the tunnel. Okay. So that's what we do in chapter 1 and 2. So chapter 3, it's an important one, even if it's not used, I think, by applicants in general, but it's an important one because that's the chapter where we make the link with the essential requirements. So you see the pyramid, and we have the essential requirements, and below the essential requirements, the TSI. So in chapter 3, we identify which are the essential requirements that are covered by that TSI. In chapter 4, we list all the basic parameters that are the requirements of the TSI, the basic parameters that are also related to the table in chapter 3, related to the essential requirements, and the parameters applicable to the subsystem. In chapter 5, we define what are the interoperability constituents and what are the requirements specifically applicable to these interoperability constituents. In chapter 6, we have the assessment of conformity, all the rules that are used by the notified body in order to assess conformity with the TSI, what are the modules that are applicable for the subsystem, for the interoperability constituent, what are the specific assessment procedure or assessment rules, in case this is relevant. It's in chapter 6. And in the chapter 7, we have the implementation strategy. How does the TSI apply to new subsystems, to upgraded subsystems, and what are the specific cases applicable? So we have many specific cases in the TSI, etc. So the structure is always the same. It's defined by the directive, so it will not change. That's always the same. Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are always covering the same point. So in the chapter 3, we have the essential requirements. They refer to the interoperability directive, Annex 3. There are 6 essential requirements: safety, reliability and availability, health, environmental protection, technical compatibility, and accessibility. Accessibility was not an essential requirement in the first interoperability directives. It was added, I think, in 2012 or 2013 as an essential requirement. It was not there at the beginning. So in the Annex 3 of the directive, you see several high-level requirements for each of these essential requirements. So high-level requirements applicable to all subsystems, and also some high-level requirements applicable specifically to one subsystem. So you have the general safety requirement plus the safety requirements applicable to lock and pass, to rolling stock, or to fixed installation. When we introduce requirements in the TSI, we need to make a relation between this requirement and an essential requirement. We cannot introduce anything in a TSI. If there is no essential requirement related to that one, we cannot put anything in the TSI. So in the chapter 4 and 5, we have the basic parameters, as I said, which are related to the essential requirements. Safety is the most frequent one. Accessibility is the essential requirement covering all the PRM TSI. And again, I repeat it because it's quite important. We cannot create requirements in a TSI if there is no relation to an essential requirement from the directive. That's why the TSI are really about interoperability. So in the chapter 5, we define the interoperability constituents. So the interoperability constituents are defined in the directive as any elementary component or group of components on which interoperability depends directly or indirectly. So at the moment, we have a discussion on interoperability constituents because there are many of them, in particular for rolling stock, and we are discussing with the working party if some of them are really relevant. The interoperability constituents, they are defined in each TSI. There are some TSIs where there is no interoperability constituent, like SRT, for example. In Lock and Pass, we have, I think, around 20 different interoperability constituents. And when an interoperability constituent is defined, it needs to be used as such. For example, we say that the headlights are an interoperability constituent, meaning that a train manufacturer needs always to buy headlights as interoperability constituents. So headlights need to come with their certificate of conformity, and they need to be assessed by a notified body at the interoperability constituent level. So we have some interoperability constituents that are quite well defined. I would give the example of the wheel. Alors here you see an interoperability constituent is defined with a certain area of use. We draft it, it's written that way in the TSI, and it's a bit confusing because the fourth railway package has introduced the term area of use also for rolling stock, for vehicles. A vehicle is authorized also according to a certain area of use, but the meaning is not the same at all. The area of use for a vehicle is geographical, generally. The area of use for an interoperability constituent is technical. So here you see the area of use for a wheel, for example, is defined by its diameter, the vertical static force, the maximum speed on which it can operate, the in-service limit, the braking energy, etc. So the definition of the area of use is technical. It's for the railway manufacturer, the train manufacturer, to assess if the wheel in question is adapted to its rolling stock. So it's important not to make the confusion, because these two terms, area of use, are used differently in the TSI for interoperability constituent and for vehicles. So a wheel is a good example because the manufacturer of wheel can produce its wheel and sell it to manufacturers of wagons without any modification, without any adaptation. It's always the same wheel, so it's a good example. And we have here a bad example, which was a bad example of IC. It is not an IC anymore in the TSI PRM. It was a display. So the display was an IC with requirements that could not be assessed at IC level, because the requirements are about the height of the letter, the scrolling speed, etc. And this depends not on the display itself, but it depends on the software that you will use to display information on this display. So the IC was an IC, the display was an IC, sorry, but it is not an IC any longer. So voilà, for ICs, important to keep in mind the area of use determined technically and the need to buy an IC with certificates, with the declaration of conformity when something is specified as an IC. Another point to mention is the reference to standards. So in the TSI, we make many references to standards. I think in all TSI, we have approximately 150 to 160 different standards that are referred. So we can make reference to standards directly in the TSI. In the chapter 4, 5, 6, we make a direct reference to the standard. For example, we were talking about the lights. We can say the lights need to be, the illumination level of the light needs to be according to the standard EN 15 something. Then, in that case, it's mandatory to apply the standard. It's not a voluntary application when it is referred in the text of the TSI. So we try to restrict when we make a reference to the standard, we try to restrict the reference really to what is really mandatory in the standard. So if we want to make reference to a table, we just make the reference to the table. We don't make a reference to a standard. Like we did in the past revision of TSI, we had some general reference to a standard. In that case, the full standard becomes mandatory, and even the standards referred to in this standard become mandatory. So now we really try to focus on what is really mandatory in the standard. And in the next TSI, we will try to review the references to the standard and try to remove some of them if possible. Because when we have a harmonized standard, the harmonized standard gives presumption of conformity. So it's not necessary to refer to them. If a standard is harmonized, for example, about the color of headlight, let's take this example also. In the TSI, we say the headlight shall be white according to EN 15153. So it means that it needs to be white exactly according to the standard, which defines a certain diagram, where there is a diagram saying what means white according to this standard. If we would remove this reference and the standard is harmonized, it means that the manufacturer of light could say, okay, I applied the standard, so my headlight is white. But it could also apply another standard about color and say, okay, I applied this standard and my headlight is white. So these are reflections that we have. Important to keep in mind that there is a difference between standards quoted in the TSI that are mandatory and standards not quoted in the TSI that are voluntary. So you see it on this pyramid. On the upper part, you have the mandatory standards referred to in the TSI. In the lower part, the harmonized standard not referred to in the TSI, exactly like in the case of the toy presented at the beginning, where the harmonized standard gives presumption of conformity with the essential requirements. Okay? So voilà, just to conclude, enfin not to conclude this this general presentation of the TSI. So the TSI are regulation. This is important. It's a law. Not being compliant to the TSI means being not compliant, being an outlaw, let's say. So there are ways not to comply with the TSI. There can be a request for non-application, but the general rule is that the TSI need to be complied with. It's a law. It's not a design guideline. It's not sufficient to take the TSI and say, okay, I will build a train. No, there are many more rules than what is in the TSI. The TSI covers all the subsystems, structural and functional subsystems. They prescribe the requirements applicable to the subsystem and the interoperability constituent to meet the essential requirements. That's really important. to deliver interoperability and to deliver an optimum level of harmonization. That's what we try to do, and that's what we will try to do also in the future. We don't want to define everything. We need to find the optimal level of harmonization. And in our working parties, it's always very, there are always many discussions about that, because some would like to define more, and some would like to define less, and we need to find the best level in order to avoid having national rules created if we are not precise enough, or RFUs from notified body, for example, if we are not precise enough, and in order to avoid to be too precise and to make too strict requirements that mandate one technical solution and giving no possibility for innovation or for alternatives. So the TSI are as concise as possible and as extensive as necessary. Voilà. In the TSI, there is another point to mention, maybe. It's the case of national rules. I will give the floor to Nordine, who is our national rule killer, to discuss about this.
Good afternoon again. Sorry, I missed to introduce myself before when I was trying to answer to some question. So my name is Nordine Boussouf. I am project officer in the same team as Antoine, fixed installation and rolling stock. So I'm in charge of the TSI's rolling stock, including interface with a TCS, ERTMS, the cleaning up of national rules for vehicle authorization. This is why I will make the small presentation around the national rules for vehicle authorization. And I'm also dealing with some application on vehicle authorization. Alors, as explained by Antoine, in the railway vehicles legislations, we have some rules that are harmonized in the TSIs and some others that are not yet harmonized, which will require application of national rules. In the pyramid, we have for some area, like open points, where we don't have an harmonized requirement in the TSI, the possibility for member states having national rules. So on which case member states can have national rules. So in the interoperability directive, there is Article 13 and 14 about national rules for vehicles. So there are clear criteria on which case member states may have some national rules. So we are talking about two types of national rules, the existing ones that are coming from the history. So the reasons where member states may keep a national rules is when we have something not harmonized in the TSI, what we call an open point. For example, on Locan Pass, we have for high-speed trains an open point on ballast pickup. For aerodynamic, for 15-20 millimeter network, we have also an open point there. So member states may have a national rules. We have also cases where member states may keep a national rules when there is specific case identified in the TSI, but the solution is not prescribed within the TSI. So the specific case will refer to national rules. This situation was largely limited to UK when they were with us. And we keep such type of possibility for UK, Northern Ireland and Ireland. Generally, for all other member states like Poland, the specific case in the TSI are completely defined. We have also the situation of member states may keep national rules for ensuring the technical compatibility with the existing network. As an example, the Class B system ATP or radio is installed through a complete network, pending that these networks migrate into ERTMS. the member states may keep national rules defining the Class B ATP and radio. We have also particular situation where member states can keep national rules, especially when we have an accident, following an accident during a transition defined period. Member states may create a national rules to ensure the continuation of the operation. We have also situation what we call vehicles not covered by the TSIs. As an example, we have tram-train, which are vehicles that can operate in railway network, but also in tramway lines. In that aspect, such type of vehicles enter in the scope of the interoperability directive, but they are not covered by the scope of TSI lock and pass. So, member states may adopt new national rules on only two specific cases when there is, again, the TSI not fully covering the essential requirements, open point, and the case of urgent actions. All to say that when we started the cleaning up of national rules with all member states, we started with 14,000 national rules, in addition to the TSIs. So this work was a huge work, started from 16 June 2019, and still ongoing. All the national rules for vehicle authorization can be found in what we call the reference document database RDD, pending that the single rule database, that is a European database that contains also national rules. Today, they contain national rules for fixed installation and national safety rules, so national rules for operation. So for vehicle authorization, we are still working with RDD. So as applicants, if you want to know which are the rules, the national rules applicable to Poland, to Austria, to France, you go to these registers and you are able to easily extract the national rules. So as I said, you can see on the curves that when we started in fact, there was a huge change in the approach of vehicle authorization, also for the market and for the applicants, and also for the different NSAs, member states. So you can see we started this work together with the member states with more than 14,000 national rules. So today we are around 800. So we started this exercise end of 2015. Why? Because, as explained before by Antoine, in the different chronology of TSI creation, we had up to the TSI package 2014 some TSIs that were not covering all the railway network. For example, the TSI rolling stock 2011 was covering only what we call the 10 network. 10 network, in a nutshell, is you take a map and you highlight some specific lines that are considered as 10. So for railway manufacturer, for applicants in general, they had, when you are designing, for example, a rolling stock that will be authorized and operate in Poland, I want to say you don't care if it's a 10 or not non-10. You may care, but generally you design the vehicle to be able to operate in all Polish network. So up to 2014, member states may keep these national rules. So the only date when we were able to start this alignment was with the adoptions of the TSI 2014, because it was the first time that the TSIs were applicable to all EU networks independently, if it is 10 lines or not. So as you can see, there was a huge work done together with the member states, and we still have the remaining curves that we are working on. So these graphs, I think it's really important to show these graphs because when you have a look to the bar graph, I don't know if I can. Is it working? No. Le laser, il marche pas. if you see here the bar graph in blue, if you have to design, for example, a locomotive, a new locomotive, a new design, you will have to have a look to the TSI. So here it's a kind of summary of the amount of rules you will have to have a look, so around 600. And in front of the TSI rules, you have the remaining national rules by member states. So for example, for Poland, we are around the 20 national rules in addition to the TSIs. In the past, before 2016, it was the total contrary. For example, for UK, you had to apply more than 900 national rules, and then you have to have a look to the TSIs. For France, it was 400 national rules. So it's total, completely change of view. Why? We were able, together with the member states, to reach these amounts of rules, is because we have more and more rules harmonized in the TSIs. Why we still keep for some member states a huge amount? The two colors, green and red, just give you what is green is positively assessed by the agency, and what is red is negatively assessed. So when member states notify a national rules, we have to assess the national rules. First, the member state need to justify why they need to keep the national rules with the criteria I have given before. There is an open point. There is a technical compatibility with the existing network. And sometimes, when we discuss with the member state, we are not able to reach a compromise, and then we have rules negatively assessed. We address a technical opinion to the member states, and then there is high-level discussion with the commissions, the member states, and the technical support of ERA. Voilà, so the main message I want to give is we have, especially for the rolling stock, and also for the CCS TSI, more and more harmonized rules and less open points where member states can keep having the national rules. There are still some technical areas like trend detection system, the class B for ATP or radio, where we still keep some national rules. So you can see that some member states have a very short amount of rules. Like Denmark, they have 4 national rules in addition to the TSI. And some others have more national rules. This can be explained for 2 main reasons. The historical reasons, where member states had the culture of national rules. And also, and mainly, when you have a network that is not homogeneous. If you have 3 type or 4 type of trend detection system, you will have 4 national rules. If you have 5 type of class B system in the network, you have 5 national rules also. If you have 3 type of tension with some existing OCL, which is a catenary that is not TSI compliant, you will have to keep some national rules. I don't know if there is any question around this topic.
We will have some questions now. After we'll have a nice debate, because the next is the TSI package, which we'll leave after the break. So now I would like to open the floor to everyone, and we've seen a lot of presentations here today. So I'd like to have a nice round of questions from your side and talking a little bit about your experience. So who wants to go first? And I'll invite Nordine and of course Antoine to answer the questions.
Joao, if I may, we received a question in the chat.
Okay, let me know.
Of an online participant.
Yeah.
Is there a process defining how the Commission decides when harmonized standards are added or removed from the published list under a particular directive?
Okay, I think, of course, there will be a process, but I'll let Antoine or Nordine give the answer.
So if I understood well, Dorothée, is there a process when the harmonized standard is referred to in the TSI or not? That's the point.
I understand the question like this.
Yeah,
So how does the Commission decide what comes in the list?
It's not a decision of the Commission. It's a proposal from our working groups, working parties. What is the process? So the overall process is that we send a recommendation to the Commission. We say, dear Commission, we recommend that you adopt a new lock and pass TSI or a new CCS TSI according to the text in appendix. And we propose a complete text of the TSI. Then there are further discussions generally between the Commission and Member States. The Commission talks to Member States, they talk to ministries. We talk to NSAs. So sometimes there is a nuance, there can be a nuance between the position of an NSA and the position of a Member State. So there are further discussions. And the text that is adopted eventually by the Railway Interoperability and Safety Committee, so the committee gathering all member states who eventually vote the adoption of a TSI, may be different from our recommendation. So this is the general principle. But it comes from a recommendation from us that was drafted with a working party gathering the NSAs and the representative of stakeholders. So stakeholders, manufacturers, railway undertaking, infrastructure manager, notified body, wagon keepers, railroad users, etc., etc. We have 13 different organizations that we call the representative body. So 13 organizations that we invite to participate to our activities. And on the basis of the discussion with them, we propose to refer to a standard or not. Now, in the past, we made many references to standards. Now, for the next revision, we have defined, together with our working party members, a flowchart to review all references to the standards and to decide if this reference should remain or not. So, as I said, I think we have 150 to 160 standards that are partly made mandatory by the TSIs. We think it probably could be, this number could be decreased because it makes a lot of detailed mandatory requirements. And this will be our proposal to the Commission in 26 or 28 and eventually in a vote in a future TSI. Voilà.
Many thanks. I think that's the answer to the question online. Is there any online questions, Dorothea? No, just that. And what about the audience here? We've just discussed the TSI structure, so I'm pretty sure there'll be some questions.
Yeah, I would like to ask about interoperability constituents. There were TSIs dedicated for high speed. According to those TSIs, the switches were interoperability constituents based on a complete set of standards which are European ones. It was requested by a number of member states that the switches should still be an interoperability constituent. So the question is why we still keep in different member states separate procedures verifying exactly the same according to the same European standards. And it is so difficult over many years to define switches as interoperability constituent.
Many thanks.
You are talking about switch on the track.
I think that's it, the switch crossings, yes. Yes, it's the switch crossings.
Okay.
I think the switches are not interoperability constituents.
They were in the past.
Ah, they were in the past.
Yes, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so they were, I suppose, I will have a look later, in the TSI infrastructure high speed. when we had the grouping of TSIs in the adoption 2014, we had grouped the high-speed and conventional TSIs into one TSI for infrastructure, for energy, for rolling stock. The working party worked around it. So it was decided to remove some ICs from the TSIs, but the fact that we remove an IC defined as an IC in the TSIs is not resulting of removing the functions around the IC, I mean the switch. The rules are still in the TSI infrastructure referring to EN standards. So I don't think that there is each member state, and sorry, it's not I don't think, there is no national rules about switch where each member state will refer to a specific EN standard or to a new IC, etc. You see? So in some situation, we may decide, as explained before by Antoine, that some ICs are not good ICs, and the only difference is that the functions is kept at the level of the subsystem still to be demonstrated, but we don't request anymore that there is a specific NOBO assessing the specific component.
But there are specific borders, the designated borders, and I can say you that at least 3 member states are verifying the same types of switches against the same European standards, back again and back again and back again.
Okay, alors, thank you very much for that. I think in the coffee break, you will let me know, the guilty guys. And because, you know, as I said before, I was showing you the graphs on the national rules for vehicle authorization. We have similar graphs for safety rules and for fixed installation rules. So I think you are right because you are based your questions and your comments on facts. So we can have a short discussion during the coffee break. I will liaise with my colleagues in charge of fixed installation national rules to see what is there, because it is defined by the TSI, and there is no room for national rules.
Thanks, Nadine. I think we can follow up that at the break. Any other particular questions about the TSIs? I'm pretty sure you have. Yes, there's a question down there. Microphone is on the way, and there's another one here.
Hello, I want to introduce myself, Andrzej Budzisz from Andrzej Budzisz Consulting. I want to strictly kindly ask about this chart, this national rail status, about all this vehicle authorization, because as you can see, for example, from the Hungary, there is information that all the national requirements were assessed negatively, yeah, in this case. So I wanted to ask, what is the approach and what is the procedure next? Is the European Railway Agency just lead some, I don't know, maybe some discussion or negotiations with NSA about changing these national rules? Or there is a situation that we have to, for example, as an applicant, we have to download the current regulation from the RDD, or use, for example, the one that the DEBO will send us, for example, the Hungary DEBO.
Many thanks. We have a contentious question here, because we were in Budapest not so long ago.
Yeah, we were in Budapest some weeks ago,
yes,
doing the same presentation.
Yes.
And there was no one trying to ask the question you have asked.
That's why I say it's a bit contentious that we come to Poland and the question raises.
No, it's fine, it's fine. I will give an answer. Look, first of all, I give an overview of the process. So, when we have TSIs, member states has the duty to have a look to their national rules and to align them with the latest version of the TSI. This is what is required by the directive. And when they do so, we had also in the Article 13 and 14 of the Interop Directive the need to assess the national rules, existing national rules. And if you read carefully the directive, this work should have been ended in June 2016, the notification. but you can see the graph I showed before. It's a long road. Maybe the legislators was thinking that it should have been an easy task, but it's quite difficult for member states to, when they were used to have some national rules that were developed during decades, and even sometimes the guys that knows why the national rule was there have left the NSA or the member states. So, voilà. There was a lot of discussion around that. If I answer your questions about Hungary, we have assessed the national rules of Hungary. At the end of this assessment, there was a lot of national rules repealed by Hungary and a package of national rules that was still negatively assessed. So when we have a national rules negatively assessed, the agency is sending a technical opinion to the member states and copy the Commission. After that, the agency work stop. There is discussion between the Commission and the member states. The regulation, the ERA regulation in its Article 25 and 26 gives some deadlines. Member state is supposed to give its official positions 2 months after having received the technical opinion. And generally, when nothing is happening, the member states, the Commission, draft an implementing act asking to the member states to modify or repeal the concerned national rules. This implementing act is adopted in the Risk Committee, a railway interoperability safety committee, where you have the commissions and all ministry. And the step after is an infringement procedure. So, voilà. The good news is that we had a period where, with the Hungarian national rules, nothing was happening, except very high-level discussions. The good news is that since 4 months, we have specific bilaterals with Hungarian colleagues, and it's going really in the right directions. They have a specific technical committee reviewing their national rules, considering also the latest TSI. So we expect in the coming months that we will end up with everything in green, a small amount of national rules in green. It's not an easy process, you see. As I said, as I said, it's not an easy process, you see, and you have also the situation of, like I think you are all of you facing, the situation of resource availability and all that matters, which can lead to a situation I think you are living with your question.
Many thanks, Nordin. I think it's well explained.
I will just add a few words about what happens to national rules after they have been accepted by you. So national rules may be introduced as specific cases. We may also propose those national rules as possible harmonization at European level, in particular when the same or similar national rules exist in different member states. And recently, we had the case with flange lubrication, for example, where there were similar or equivalent national rules in several member states, and we were able to introduce something in the core text of the TSI, some harmonization at European level for all trains equipped with flange lubrication devices. So it's not just rejection or specific cases, it can also be harmonization.
Yes, of course. Oui, thank you for this aspect, which is important. As I showed before, you saw the graph started with more than 40 national rules, and now we are around 800. And the next step is to arrive, like for safety, zero accident, if we are able to arrive to 0 national rules. And of course, there is two positive aspects on that. Member states and applicants have a clear list of rules they need to apply. We should avoid surprise when you do design of your vehicle that suddenly from network statement, from the mind of the assessor, some national rules popping up, not notified. So we give clarity with this exercise, and also, as explained by Antoine, one of the positive results with this work together with the member states is that we have identified the needs to improve the TSIs on some different areas, thanks to the national rules, with further harmonization in the TSIs.
Many thanks, guys, for the clarification. There's another question here.
Would be a quick one. If it comes to TSI, PRM, people with reduced mobility, does it true, because I came after some analysis, that it's only apply if the vehicle is publicly accessible? So if somebody outsource can buy in public accessible tickets or something like that, so only in that case this TSI is applicable to the vehicle. In case it's private one, it doesn't matter then.
I think you have asked and answered the question at the same time.
Yes. I did some research, but it's not stated in TSI.
The PRM TSI do not apply if there is no public access. Voilà. So, an example that we are working on, military escort coach, for example, if you are designing such type of coach. So there are coach with soldiers that accompany freight, military freight. They are not in specific train with no public access. In that situations, the PRM TSI is not applicable to such type of coach.
And to that, is it somewhere stated in TSI? Because I have not found it typically in PRM, but I have found it in some EU regulations, just EU regulations.
No. I think you will find it in the application guide of the PRM TSI, referring to the essential requirement on accessibility, which states that the areas where the public has access, it's not only for rolling stock, it's also for the station. So only the area where the public has access need to be accessible, need to be compliant. So this applies to both subsystems covered by PRM, the station and the rolling stock.
Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Anybody else? Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon. Jan Świdecki to Rhineland. I wanted to ask a question about the other EU legislation not reviewed by the agency. Why is it indicated? Why are you interested in rules that are not pertinent to relevant to interoperability directive? They should in fact not be checked in the framework of vehicle authorization. So why are they there? Thanks.
It's a good question. Alors, in vehicle authorization, I think you know it well, because I understand you are a notified body or ASBO. For vehicle authorization, we have in the regulation 2018-545 a set of articles, and one of the articles is the Article 13 that talks about requirements capture, which aims that the applicants must identify all the rules, all the requirements, that may, all the requirements applicable to the vehicle that you need to consider in regards to the conformity of the vehicle with essential requirements. As I explained before, and it will be part also of the presentation today or tomorrow, the requirements to be considered, the large majority are regulated via the TSIs or the national rules. The scope of the TSIs relates to interoperability directive. But there are some other EU legislations that the applicant must take into consideration. For example, pressure vessel directives, exhaust gas emission. Such regulation or directives are not specific to railway. They apply to all industry. Pressure vessel directives apply to railway, to nuclear plant, to a lot of industry. So if you have in a rolling stock, generally you have in a rolling stock some equipment under pressure, you as designer, you need to consider such requirements. You have to consider such requirements and you identify them via the requirements capture process. So, depending on the type of other EU legislation, you have some of them that are the directives, some of them are regulation. So the pressure vessel directive is a directive, and you have to have a look to the national transposition of that directive. And as applicant, you need to consider the conformity. Generally, you will apply some specific railway standard that gives you, that are harmonized and give you a presumption of conformity. You have other type of rules that are regulation, like the REACH regulation, which is in fact the list of forbidden materials. It's a regulation. There is no transpositions to be done by member states, directly applicable to all EU market. Generally, in any vehicles, you need also to comply with such type of regulation. So here, for vehicle authorization, what we require is that this applicant identify all the type of requirements, the legal one. You may have others that are due to the specific product you are designing or due to the specific manufacturing process you have, not covered by any regulation. But as soon as these requirements may impact an essential requirements like safety, you need to consider them. You need to show that you have a process that allow to identify, to consider these requirements into the specification of the vehicle, to verify and validate them. All this process must be followed by an assessment from an assessment body, a CSM assessment body for the essential requirement safety. This is specific to what we have in the vehicle authorization, and I want to say it's not a novelty. All railway manufacturers in this room do already consider any legislations that has an impact to the design of the vehicle.
Many thanks. Any additional questions to our colleagues on the TSIs or the structure? Or yes, there's a question there. I'll go around.
Hello, I'm Kamil Wielgus from Polish National Railways. I have a question. What's your plan for the future as you show this diagram and we can see in the period of over 8 years you removed a lot of national rules. Is in your plan you want to remove all the negative national rules, maybe all national rules, and replace them with your European rules in the TSI, or just focus on the negative one, and maybe you like some national rules and just want to reduce the number of the national rules and focus on add something extra to the TSI one. Thank you.
In fact, we don't have so many choice. We have a look to the positive national rules and to the negative national rules. The only difference, the main difference, is when we have national rules negatively assessed, we have one additional player, that is the Commission. And we have bilaterals with the members, trilaterals meeting with the member states and the Commission. And up to now, it takes time because it needs to have some specific technical discussion. But at the end, we always reach a consensus where member states modify the national rules accordingly, or we identify the need to keep the national rules pending that we further harmonize the TSI. So the next step, globally, for all the national rules, positively assessed or negatively assessed, is, as explained before by my colleague Antoine, now we know all of them and they were aligned with the TSI. We started with the package 2014, we had different revision of the TSIs, and the latest one is the TSI 2023, where Antoine will give a short overview after. In the 2023, we already introduced more than 60 national rules within the TSI. For example, normally when you have a technical compatibility parameter, for example, hot axle box detections by the track side, we have harmonized rules in the TSI referring to an EN standard. And if inside the network, the target system, the complete network is not aligned with the target system, member states has the right to have a specific case. Normally, within our working party and the risk, the member state should raise his hand saying, look, I want a specific case for hot axle box detection system. It's not always the case. So when we were cleaning the national rules, we have identified some national rules that should have been specific case in the TSI. They are not yet. So on that package, we agreed with the member state that they need to keep the national rules. Otherwise, you will introduce a big safety risk in the network. So they keep the national rules pending that we revise the TSIs to add the related specific case. This will be one of the output of the national rules into specific case. Other output, as said by Antoine before, is further harmonization in the TSI. I will give two examples. We had in the previous TSI a kind of hidden open point on flange lubrication, where we said we considered at that time it was not a parameter for interoperability, but as important parameters in regards to the contact between the rolling stock and the infrastructure, we will investigate and have a look to all infrastructure manager rules, all member state rules. This work was done, and we had gathered the 17 national rules from different member states. And based on that, we proposed a further amendment into the TSI to give one harmonized rules for all EU member states. Another example is with the braking test. Braking test, today in the TSI lock and pass, we give high-level requirements. We say you need to do the test at 30, 50, 70, 90 kilometers per hour, without giving specific details about that. We had some member states having national rules referring to EN standard, harmonized EN standard. So this is a good example where we consider it's not a specific situation of one member state that refers to such type of EN standard, but this aspect should have been already covered by the TSIs in the past. Voilà, so globally, the answer is that the national rules will result into amended or new specification in the TSI, or will result into further harmonization in the TSI, or result with member states withdraw the related national rules when there is no need. But it's a long mechanism. We have a multi-annual mandate with the Commission, with a specific task about that, covering all type of national rules, similar with the national rules my colleagues are dealing with safety. Voilà, so. And we have also other areas like open points, where today technically we don't have yet a common agreed solution. We have also other aspects where, based on the national rules, we will be able to close the open point. I hope I have answered your question on that matter.
Is it answered?
And actually, I want to ask, what do you want to reach in the future? What's your plan? Like when you, as European Union agency, will finish? I mean, when you reduced as much as you can the national rules, or you will remove it and update the TSI on the rules from taking from the examples from the other countries, which the rules you like, and you try to make it for the other to make interoperability better one?
To reach the single European railway area, there is different tools. There is implementation plan of the member states to remove the Class B to install a TCS. There is the reduction of the national rules. There is different tools. One example of technical barrier today is the compatibility with train detection system. We have in the TSI some harmonized train detection system like track circuit axle counters, and we still have a lot of Class B system. So we are doing a huge work together with the different infrastructure manager and the member states to identify all the train detection system installed in Europe to see where they are in their life cycle. Some of them are reaching the end of their life cycle, so they should be replaced by TSI compliant train detection system. But as a first step, for example, we are transferring the existing national rules into specific case into the TSI. So really, the idea is to technically, when possible, to have one harmonized rule, like referring to an EN standard. For example, on ballast pickup, we are working with Senelec on closing the open point for vehicle above 250 kilometers per hour. And another step is, as I said, transferring such type of national rules into specific case in the TSI, pending that technically, if possible, they are replaced by Class A, if I may use this term, system. It's the same for the Class B ATP. At certain points of time, they should be replaced by a TCS. The idea is to have the single European railway area where when you deliver an authorization for the vehicle, it can operate for all EU member states.
Many thanks, Nordin. One final question and then we go and take a coffee.
Did I understood you correctly? You have just said Class A truck occupation systems.
So I should not have used the Class A. I will use the right term. For train detection system, we have an interface document referred in the TSI Local Pass and CCS that define for track circuit axle counters some specific harmonized rules. And we have in front of this list of track circuit axle counters some existing ones that we may call Class B train detection system that are not covered by the harmonized rule. This is for the train detection system. For the control
no truck occupancy system is covered fully. Even axle counters as interoperability constituents always have to be verified also for cooperation with signaling systems which are not covered by the TSIs.
We are talking about the same topic, train detection system. So the train detection system, I need to have a look. Sorry, you are talking about which member state? Poland, Austria, I don't know which one, in terms of train detection system. Because I give you an example. If we are talking about Sweden, today, they have, for the train detection system, they have 0 national rules in addition to the train interface document where we have the harmonized rules on train detection system. They have 0. If we are talking about France, the work we were explaining before of transferring their national rules related to the non-compliant train detection system installed in the network, this work results in a document that is about 100 pages. Maybe for Poland, I need to have a look. I don't know exactly what is the status. Maybe for Poland, the existing track circuit axle counter installed in the network is already aligned with the target system, then it's fine. It's checked only at the TSI level. But as I said before, depending on the member states, we still have a huge amount of Class B trend detection system.
Many thanks,
where
Nordin.
they can keep the national rules justified by the need to have this technical compatibility with the existing network.
I invite you to follow this up with Nordin at the coffee break, okay? Because we are going to try and keep the schedule. Actually, I invite all of you to grab our speakers during the coffee break and have this discussion. We'll now break for a quick coffee and some cakes, and we should be back here at 15:15. Okay, so it will be a 15 minutes break. Quick reminder for the people that don't want to be photographed and are wearing white lanyards, please avoid or let the photographer know.
Kickstart. Yeah. Dear colleagues, so welcome back to the second part of today's workshop. We will start with some explanations about the mega pack for TSI revision on 2023. And as you start to come in, without further ado, I will give the floor back to Antoine, who will continue the presentation. Antoine, would you like to take the floor? Or yeah?
Je vais laisser 2 minutes, non? Je commence tout de suite. Okay, so I propose we resume this presentation. So the next topic is the TSI package 2023. So when we talk about the TSI package 2023, we talk about several documents. The first one is Commission Implementing Regulation 2023-1694. So it's a single regulation amending all TSIs relative to fixed installation and rolling stock subsystems. Almost all, because the SRT was not amended. So it amends the wagon TSI, infrastructure, PRM, energy, lock and pass, and noise. So all TSIs for rolling stock and fixed installation except safety in railway tunnel, which was not changed, and it amends also the register of infrastructure. The next one, Commission Implementing Regulation 2023-1693, amends the OPE TSI, and later today our colleagues Roberto and Beatrice will present in more detail the amendments of the OPE TSI. There is a new CCS TSI, so in that case it's not an amendment. It's what is called a recast. So it's a brand new CCS TSI, all new from A to Z. That's, in my opinion, but this is a personal opinion, the best way to amend the TSI, because it's much clearer to have a new document than to have 100 pages of amendments saying point 4242 is replaced by as follows. So, but okay, that's not the discussion for today. And there is the decision 2023-1696 amending the decision on RATV, so the register of types of vehicle. So all these 4 documents are amending or proposing a new TSI for CCS, all the existing TSI and the registers except safety in railway tunnels. We try not to touch too much the TSI on safety in railway tunnels because the time to design and build a tunnel is so long that it makes no sense to revise this TSI every 3 years. We still have requests for non-applications of the TSI from 2008, so it's not necessary to change the TSI safety in railway tunnel too often. We try to change it as rarely as possible. Nevertheless, in the next package, we may have an amendment of the safety in railway tunnel TSI. We will see. So these TSIs were adopted on the 10th of August 2023. They were published on the 8th of September, and they entered into force on the 28th of September 2023. So a little bit more than 1 year from now. So that's why in 2024 we made some workshops like this one for disseminating a little bit. This one is the last one because now the TSIs, they are more than 1 year old, so we think it's not necessary to disseminate anymore. All the documents are on our website, of course, and all application guides have been also published, and they are available on our website together with the TSI. I don't know if is it true also for OPE and CCS? Application guide is available also? Not yet. Okay. Okay. It's half available. It's hidden, but you can find it. Okay. So voilà, that is the status. So in 2023 and 2024, we made dissemination. We made also a number of webinars on the TSI revision. I think we made 6 or 7 webinars in total about all the detail, where we detailed all the changes in all the TSI, Lock and Pass, Wagon, not SRT, PRM, etc., CCS also made by our colleague from CCS unit. So I will not detail all these changes again. I invite you to review the webinars. I know that some of you did it. The webinars, I think, are are detailed about the content of the changes. I will just focus on one key point. Well, for the rolling stock, we have introduced the unique authorization for passenger coaches. We had a question from the colleague from Skoda earlier about that. We should put unique authorization between brackets because, as I said, it's not really unique due to the existence of many national rules for train detection compatibility. We introduced also derailment detection devices in the freight wagon. So this is the result of a long-lasting discussion with NSAs, with the sector, about derailment detection. There are requirements for derailment detection, derailment prevention in the TSI wagon. All these systems are voluntary. It's not mandatory to put a derailment detection device or a derailment prevention device. This is voluntary. But if such a device is placed, it needs to comply to the TSI. We have introduced the assessment of composite brake blocks at constituent level. Previously, the assessment of composite brake block was not done at constituent level. It needed to be done at wagon level. It's mostly for wagon. So this is now possible at constituent level. So it means that the composite brake blocks are the only interoperability constituents relative to 2 TSIs. It's an interoperability constituent for the wagon TSI. It's an interoperability constituent also now for the noise TSI. So it needs to come with 2 certificates for both TSI, for a certificate covering both TSIs, sorry. We have introduced codification for freight wagon used for combined transport. So for combined transport, we have introduced several changes in the TSIs. Codification of the wagons in the TSI and in Appendix H. We have introduced this in the wagon TSI. We have introduced also something in the infrastructure TSI and in the register of infrastructure. So now infrastructure managers are required to codify their lines for combined transport according to a technical document that is also uploaded on our website. A technical document that is based on UIC 596-6. So a codification system that is in place since several years already, which consists in a letter code indicating if the line is for transport of semi-trailer when there is a P code, or swap body if there is a C code. We have the same code in the wagon TSI, and in OPE TSI we have also introduced a kind of route compatibility to assess if a line is suitable for the transport of intermodal loading units on wagons. So this is the first introduction, first consideration of combined transport in the TSIs. We have also introduced, and this is something I will detail because it's a complex change, a new
Wprowadziliśmy
TSIs for rolling stock and CCS. For fixed installation, we have reviewed the categories of lines. We have clarified or specified more precisely what are the cases of an upgrade of a line for the energy and infrastructure subsystems in the chapter 7. We have also introduced a change for facilitating the charging of traction batteries by removing a limit for the maximum current used for charging of batteries. And the OPE TSI, which will be detailed later on by Roberto and Beatrice. So again, all these changes are detailed in several webinars, and I invite you, if you want to know more about them, to review those webinars. Now I will focus on the transition regime for rolling stock and onboard CCS, because it's a significant change. It's not easy. So we think it's important that it's clear, that everyone understands what we wanted to do. So what were our objectives when we did that? There are several objectives. The first one is a legal objective. The rule from a legal perspective is when a product is placed on the market, it complies with the regulation in force at that time. That's the rule for any kind of product. If a pharmaceutical product is placed on the market in 2025, it complies to the regulation applicable in 2025. In the case of railway, of trains, rolling stock, if a product is placed on the market in 2025, it could comply to TSIs from 2011, for example. And this, for the legal services of the Commission, was a pain in their neck, let's say. So they wanted us to improve, because with the previous regime, phase A, phase B, plus the project at advanced stage of development, project in etc., it was possible really to, and we saw it also, we saw some cases of authorization for locomotives compliant to the TSI 2011, for example, in 2022, 23, so it's not legally very good. So on one hand, the Commission wanted us to do something, and in the lock and pass, the previous lock and pass, there was already a deadline set in December 2028, asking us to modify the transition regime. On the other hand, we had also a request from the industry for longer production period, because in the TSI so far, you had the so-called phase A, phase B. Phase B is 7 years of production in conformity to a type. 7 years for railway, it's sometimes a bit short. When there is a production of locomotive or EMU, DMU, for a certain number of trains, 7 years are short. So the industry asked us to extend this time during which production is possible. So we created a specific group to work on that, and we ended up with this proposal. So what is the principle of this proposal? So the project lifetime is divided into 2 phases. That's the way we define it. We define a design phase and a production phase. The design phase starts when the contract is placed with the notified body and ends when the notified body delivers the type certificate or the design examination certificate. So this we call the design phase. And the production phase starts when the notified body delivers the type certificate or the design examination certificate, and ends when the certificate becomes invalid. And we define what we call the initial assessment framework, which is the set of TSIs applicable at the beginning of the design phase, and the certification framework, which is the set of TSIs applicable at the end of the design phase. So for those of you who come from the industry, you may say, okay, contracting NOBO, type certificate, design phase, it's exactly the same as phase A. It is defined like that now. And type certificate from the end of validity of the type, it's exactly the same as phase B. So again, they are changing this just for the sake of change. It's exactly the same as it was before. Well, so this is not true, and that's why we changed the term. So the phase A, it starts and it ends like the design phase, contracting NOBO type certificate, but a first difference is that the phase A is not limited in time. The design phase, sorry, is not limited in time. In the previous TSI, the phase A in the Wagon TSI was limited to 4 years, and the phase A in the Lock and Pass TSI was limited to 7 years. Here, it's not limited in time, meaning that between the time the NOBO is contracted and the time the NOBO delivers the type certificate, there can be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years for some projects that are very, very difficult. There's no limit. Of course, there are consequences, but there is no limit. And similarly, phase B is not limited in time. So when a type certificate is delivered, production phase is not limited in time. At the moment, phase B is limited to 10 years in the Wagon TSI and 7 years in the Lock and Pass TSI. Meaning that once the manufacturer receives a type certificate from a NOBO, this manufacturer can deliver rolling stock or vehicles compliant to this type during 7 years in Lock and Pass. Now we say there is no limit in time. Okay, so that's the good news for the industry, because that's what they were asking for, the possibility to produce longer series of rolling stock according to a type. Second change, and here normally that's when the people from the industry become a bit scared, is that the type certificate is not delivered according to the set of TSIs applicable at the beginning when the contract is placed with the NOBO. It is delivered according to the set of TSIs that is applicable at the end. And this looks frightening for the industry because it is a big risk of a regulatory change that you don't control. If a new regulation enters into force 1 month before the expected delivery of the type certificate, and there is a radical change in, for example, PRM TSI width of the corridor, we say it was 450, now the minimum width is 500 millimeters, the complete rolling stock layouts need to be revised. So this is a big change. But we have also introduced something to mitigate this risk. So this is the second important change, the certification framework, the set of TSIs that will be referred to in the type certificate is the set of TSIs applicable at the end of the design phase. So, in order to do so, in the TSI 23 and in the future, we will do it again, we categorize all the changes from the TSI. So, it means that we don't deliver a TSI like we did in the past, where we say to the sector, okay, it's up to you now to identify what has really changed and to adapt to those changes. We say, okay, these are the changes of the TSI. Everything that is not listed, these changes are listed in an appendix. For everything that is not listed in the appendix, compliance with the previous TSI leads to compliance with the new one. Okay? So that's really the important sentence. In all the TSI, in wagon, in lock and pass, PRM, noise, we have this sentence saying compliance with the previous version of the TSI leads to compliance with the new one, except for the changes in appendix. And in the appendix in question, we list two types of changes: changes with a generic transition regime and changes with a specific transition regime. So by creating a transition regime by change, we have somehow reintroduced in the TSI itself the former period of 7 years that was given by the phase A in the past. So how it's made in practice? Let's say a manufacturer contracts with a notified body for developing a rolling stock. Then there is an initial assessment framework that is defined, and the design phase is starting. During that design phase, at a certain time, there is a new TSI that enters into force. This new TSI is listing all the changes compared to the previous one, and saying for these changes, when you are in design phase already, they won't apply before 7 years. Okay, so for the manufacturer, it's okay, because the manufacturer knows that during the next 7 years, these changes will not be applicable to his project. Okay, so they can continue with the application of the previous TSI until the type certificate. There is also the category here below of changes with a specific transition regime. Changes with a specific transition regime may occur earlier than 7 years. Okay, so we have introduced these 7 years in the TSI itself for projects already in design phase when the TSI enters into force. Of course, if you start a project today, you will apply the TSI 23. There is no transition period when you start today. It's this transition period. It's only applicable to projects that started before. If you started a project in 2022, you may say, okay, I will apply the TSI 2023 because the requirements will apply 7 years from now, so on the 28th of September 2030. And it's the same if there are several sets of TSI that enter into force. So if there is a new TSI in 25, the requirement will be applied in 2032, and the other requirement will remain applicable in 2030. So with that, we don't need to define a transition. We don't need to define a maximum duration for the type, for the design phase, sorry. Because if a project is very long, imagine a project starting in 2022. In 2023, there are new TSIs entering into force with requirements applicable within 7 years for the project. If the project is very long and having difficulties and the manufacturer finds in 2030 that he will not have the type certificate before the 28th of September 2030, then he will have to ask for a derogation or to apply the requirements. Okay, so it's not, that's why I said there are some conditions. The design phase is not limited, but there is somehow a price to pay, because if the design phase is too long, then the requirements will become applicable. So, which means being compliant or asking for non-application of TSI. This is really the point to have in mind. And second point is about changes with a specific transition regime. So we cannot have changes with a specific transition regime like that. It needs to be argumented. It needs to be a change either based on a safety issue. If we find that there is a safety issue, then we may have a what we call a C3 change, so a change with a specific transition regime. In general, changes with a specific transition regime will apply earlier than 7 years. So we will say, okay, this one will not be applicable in 2030, but in 2025, for example. The changes with a specific transition regime can also apply to rolling stock in production, meaning that we can say from the 1st of January 2030, all rolling stock needs to comply, meaning that all rolling stock leaving the factory from the 1st of January 2030 will have to comply with the requirement. And a change with a specific transition regime can even be retroactive, means that we can say all rolling stock operating in Europe needs to be compliant by 2030, 2035. So changes with a specific transition regime, they are really they need to be really assessed carefully because they can have very important consequences. At the moment in the TSIs, we don't have really changes with a specific transition regime, only in relation with, only for the requirement in interface with CCS TSI. In the future, we are talking, for example, about the DAC, Digital Automatic Coupler for Freight. Probably the implementation of the Digital Automatic Coupler will be a change with a specific transition regime. We may say, okay, even if you are in design phase, you can get a type certificate during the next 2 years or 3 years, but after that, you will need to comply to the TSI. We may say all wagons or wagons under certain conditions will need to be equipped with a DAC in 2035, for example. And we may say all existing wagons under certain conditions needs to be retrofitted with a DAC also until 2035. So this type of change with a specific transition regime is a good tool for us and the Commission to implement a policy or to address a safety issue. We are at the moment discussing about the consequences of the grid belt bridge accident in Denmark, for example. But you may remember in 2019, there was a wagon carrying a semi-trailer that was out of gauge due to wrong installation of the semi-trailer on the wagon. This wagon hit a passenger train on the grid belt bridge in Denmark and killed 8 people. There was 8 people killed. So we are discussing in the working party about the consequences, and there may be a change in the next TSI wagon requiring a better fixation of the intermodal loading units, for example. So voilà. So the fact that the certification framework, so the set of TSIs that will be mentioned in the type certificate, is the set of TSIs applicable when delivering the type certificate, is also satisfactory for the Commission, because then when something is placed on the market, it will be compliant to the TSIs in force at the time of placing on the market. So this new regime normally should be satisfactory for both the Commission and the sector, but there is a transition to be made between the current regime, phase A, phase B, that is in force since 10, 15 years, I think from the first TSIs, and that is changed. And during this transition period, voilà, there can be some questions, some uncertainty, and it's up to us to answer to those questions. And as I said, the production phase is not limited in time. The only thing that can limit the production phase is a change with a specific transition regime, because of course, if we say that from 2035 all wagons need to be equipped with a DAC, automatically all the wagon types that have no DAC will be non-valid anymore. Okay? So that will not be possible any longer to build and to deliver wagons without a DAC. It's a theoretical example. I don't think the DAC will be for all wagons at the end, but it's just for illustration. Alors, the case of variants and versions, we also said that a variant can benefit from the same initial assessment framework than the main type of which it derives. For example, if design phase of a locomotive is starting in 2022, and there is a new set of TSI entering into force in 2023, and a variant is developed in 2024, but the variant can benefit from the same initial assessment framework as the main type, meaning that it will not have to apply immediately the TSI requirements. They will be applicable also on the 20th of September 2030. So, of course, the latest the variants are developed, the more rapidly the requirements will enter into force. So, we think that by doing so, probably the implementation of the new versions of the TSI will be longer, because you have the possibility to keep previous version for a certain time. But we also think that the TSIs are mature now. And if you remember what we showed at the beginning and that Nordin also recalled, we had several phases. TSI high speed, TSI for conventional rail, TSIs for the complete union network, TSIs adapted to the forced railway package. Now we think that the TSIs are mature. We don't need to force for an implementation of the new revisions. And it will continue in the future. In 2023, so we have, as I showed on the slide, the maintenance and the introduction of new items. Now the next package will be a simplification and also introduction of new items, like the DAC, like FRMCS, etc. So we think that TSIs are mature enough, and it's not necessary to force for the application of new versions. The existing versions are satisfactory. They fulfill the essential requirements, and so it's not needed to have a transition regime that is too strict. Well, I don't know if there is any question on this aspect.
It is working. The usual suspect.
Yes, you have gave an example of digital automatic coupler. A digital automatic coupler makes huge sense, assuming that we have quite a lot of wagons equipped. So we foresee to equip also existing vehicles. The difficulty is that it changes the technical characteristic and requires recertification. So in order to equip a vehicle, it was said by ERA that there will be some simplified way for such wagons, but there are no details whatsoever. So what will happen with the certificates and the ability to utilize vehicles when they are changing from skew coupler to DAC?
It's a good question, huh?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I should have taken another example than the DAC to illustrate the changes with the specific transition regime.
Indeed.
At the moment, we have a working group on the DAC, which is mostly working on the authorization of what they call the pioneer trains. You know that there are, at the moment, I think 5 or 7 trains operated with the DAC. The next step is to have 100 trains operated with wagons equipped with the DAC. And this is our objective until 2026 is to develop a way to help NSAs to authorize these 100 wagons. Because at the moment, we don't have yet from European DAC delivery program, which is now in the end of Europe's rail, we don't have specification from the DAC. We don't know what will be in the TSI. So we are reflecting about having the DAC as an interoperability constituent. So DAC is for digital automatic coupler, that's for interpreters. So the DAC has an interoperability constituent in order to see if this can help. We are reflecting also on the authorization process. As you say, if we have to equip 300,000 wagons with the DAC, there need to be a simplified process, otherwise authorities or conformity assessment body we will not be able to do it. At the moment, I cannot tell you more than that. We have a working group working on all these questions. We are also following closely the activities of Europe Rails on that. But for the recommendation 2026, what we will deliver to the Commission is a recommendation on the authorization of pioneer trains, these 100 trains, and the rest will come only in 2028. So we still have 3-4 years to discuss ahead of us in order to find a way to implement it easily. We have the same for FRMCS also, because FRMCS will also be a massive retrofit, and we have also to reflect about the authorization of trains upgraded with FRMCS.
It's a work in progress. Thank you. Any further questions? There's a question online, Dorothea?
Yeah. I hope I read it correctly. It's a question from Mr. Poloch. How does it work with modifications which are done on already authorized vehicles? Categorization of change 15.1b EU 545.
Yeah. That's probably for the authorization part.
This one is for later.
Yeah. So I propose that we answer that question after Nordine's presentation on vehicle
That's
authorization.
fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any further questions? Yeah, this question there. Because we will be discussing 545 soon.
So I'm coming from a brake box manufacturer. Of course, as an interoperability constituent, we are asking when we also are certified the brake box to the old mechanism, and nothing has changed in the requirements, whether there's an automatic transition to the new thing, or will we have to do another type certificate upon the expiring?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the principle is the same for interoperability constituents. At the moment, the validity is limited to 5 years in the lock and pass TSI. So the validity will be unlimited also in the future. So what you need to do when the type certificate expires is to confirm the assessment according to the new TSI, and you will get a type certificate with no limit. And then it's up to the manufacturer also of the... For interoperability constituents, there is no this concept of design phase, production phase. This is applicable at subsystem level, and it's up to the manufacturer of the subsystem to ensure that the proper constituents are on board.
Thank you. There is a question here on the back.
Yes, thank you. So my question is related to the possibility for the applicant to choose the previous version of TSI lock and pass, because he may do that if he has a valid type examination certificate when the TSI came into force in 2023. So my question is, if he chooses on a voluntary basis to apply some of the new requirements, or a transition regime requires him to apply some requirements, which TSI should be indicated in the declaration and on the certificate. And the other question is, what happens if this certificate is extended basing on this provision of TSI Lock and Pass? It expires in, let's say, 2032. Will this possibility be still in force, meaning the applicant will still be able to obtain a certificate for 7 years or no?
I think that's a typical classical question of the transition period.
Alors, what is important to highlight is that there is still this idea of design phase started or not started. If the NOBO is contracted before the entry into force of the TSI 23, so before the 28th of September 2023, it can be considered that the project is in phase A, before. And if the project is in phase A, it can switch to the new regime, and the phase A would become a design phase, and the requirements of the new TSIs will be applicable only in 2030. If the NOBO is contracted after the 28th of September 2023, then it cannot say that the design phase is started before the TSI entered into force. The design phase is starting after the TSI entered into force. And then the TSIs are fully applicable.
Yeah, just to clarify, because this point of the TSI says that this concerns also projects in phase B. But I take it from your answer that you have to have a contracted NOBO to apply this 0.7112, because phase B is just a valid type examination certificate, yes, according to the previous TSI. So is it necessary to have a NOBO contracted to apply this provision, or you just have to have a valid type examination certificate?
If a project is in phase B, then there is already a type certificate with limited validity. So the validity cannot be extended like that. If the project is in phase B and the applicant says, okay, I would like to reassess my vehicle according to the new TSIs, then it's a new design phase that is starting, and then the TSI requirements are applicable from the beginning, are fully applicable. There is no this transition. This transition is really applying only for projects that are already in design phase, so for which there is a NOBO that has been contracted, and before the issuance of the type certificate.
Okay,
everything that is starting after is a new project, so a new design phase, and for a new design phase, the TSI requirements are applicable.
I think it's clear, it's clarified. Yeah. Okay. Any further questions? Yeah.
Ja również reprezentuję producenta.
I also represent the producer of vehicles, and my question is, we are still talking about new projects.
Moje pytanie.
So my question is related to this different situation. Here we are talking about new vehicles, new designs, and the new production of these new vehicles. And I would like to hear your answer. How about older vehicles? How long can we carry on the production based on previous TSI? For how many years? Because, for example, we could have a certificate that we got 1 year ago, and it's valid for 6 more years. We are still producing and in accordance with the previous TSI. And then what next? What if in the meantime there are more changes to TSI 1 year before the end of this certificate? So how many more changes can we expect? Did you manage to get all that?
The new TSIs from 2023 do not change for the projects that are in phase B. So if you have a type certificate from 2022, giving you the possibility to manufacture according to this type until 2029, there is no change. You can continue to produce according to this type until 2029.
Okay. Any further questions? Yes. Very active audience.
Sverre Christensen, Bane Service, Norway. We are an operator, and when you have a transition regime where the NOBO is applied or contracted for one TSI before 2023 and the other TSI NOBOs are contracted after the initial period, how do we deal with the borders between the TSI CCS and the TSI Look and Pass? For instance, the JRU.
Tu veux?
You want to attempt an answer?
Well, first of all,
David is from the CCS unit, so he can answer.
well,
Non, bah viens là.
well, actually, I think this is a very good question. Actually, we haven't spotted this situation before, but there is a special regime, let's say a transition regime, and according to certificates for CCS TSI, which is pretty unclear apparently for the sector. So we are working on a clarification note. We've been working on an amendment for the CCS TSI. The recommendation has already been sent to the European Commission. So I will talk about it tomorrow, but there is a special regime for certification for the CCS TSI. But the principle is the same. There is a deadline before the enter into force of the CCS TSI and after. So the design phase, production phase, everything remains the same. But it's a clarification note on how the previous certificates are valid and the new certificates, and how to deal with the transition period on the CCS TSI. So I will tell you more about it tomorrow. And well, and Look and Pass, well, we've already been informed about it, but I will speak more about it tomorrow. Okay.
Many thanks. Any further questions to our speakers? No. So this was David. I mean, he wasn't introduced. David is one of our experts from the CCS TSI. He will be talking tomorrow and giving a further lecture. So he will touch these topics and furthermore, so we can have this discussion tomorrow. I think that's about it. I don't see any raised hands. So maybe we can move on. Yeah.
Okay, so the next topic is about the role of the different actors in the railway system. And well, we saw already that there are many actors, the applicants, the agency and the NSAs, the conformity assessment bodies, etc., etc. And what are their relation, what are their interaction for vehicle authorization? This is a general philosophy of not only applicable to railway, it's a general philosophy for all products placed on the market, is that the manufacturer is responsible for the conformity of its product to the applicable regulation when the manufacturer puts the product on the market. It's a responsibility of the manufacturer. The user needs to use the product in conformity with user instructions. And the authorities, they have the control they have the responsibility to regulate, to check the conformity and to assess the use in conformity with the rule. Voilà. So these are the general principles, not only for railway, but for any product placed on the market. So the control is made a priori, so before usage, by the conformity assessment body and the authorities. And a posteriori, it's made by authority by the monitoring of the conformity assessment body and supervision by national safety authorities. And also national investigation body, but they intervene generally after a problem. So conformity assessment bodies, there are three types of conformity assessment body. The notified body, which we nickname the NOBO, is recognized throughout Europe. It's designated by a member state. It's assessing compliance with the requirements of the TSI, including the specific cases in the TSI. And it's giving certificates according to the modules defined in the TSI, and technical assessment files. The designated body is in most of the cases is the same organization, but they have a different status because the designated body is designated by one member state for the national rule of that member state. There is a mutual recognition, and the designated body will do the same job as the NOBO, but for the national rules that are not in the TSI as specific cases. And the designated body also issues certificates and technical file. The risk assessment body will issue the risk assessment report and will assess the risk analysis made by the applicant, and also upon request will assess the requirement capture made by the applicant. Voilà. These are the three types of assessment body and their roles. The applicant is responsible to select the assessment body. So it's a contract that is placed. Conformity assessment body are competing for getting a contract from the applicant. And it chooses a conformity assessment body and also decides on the type of module that will be used for the assessment. SB, SD, SH1, for example, for subsystems. The applicant ensures that the product meets all the essential requirements, TSIs, but not only, also the requirements from the national rules and also the requirements applicable from other EU legislation and the interoperability directive. The applicant prepares the application file that he will be implementing in the OSS. Upon request, the applicant may decide to ask for a pre-engagement. So in that case, there is a pre-engagement file and pre-engagement discussion with the agency. He uses the one-stop shop for that, of course, signs the EC declaration and the verification of the subsystem, and becomes the holder of the authorization issued by the NSA or by the agency. The role in VA of the applicant, the NSA or ERA, so the authorizing entity, will check the document from the one-stop shop, or that all the file is complete. It's the first step, the completeness check. Check all the certificates from the subsystem, from the interoperability constituents, the technical file from the assessment bodies for the subsystem and for the interoperability constituents. So the check is not an exhaustive check, not all the documents are reviewed. The check are done in order to give to the assessor for the vehicle authorization a reasonable confidence that all actors are fulfilled their duties in the vehicle authorization process. So it's not needed to review all and to make again the assessment performed by the notified body, but just to check by randomly selecting some requirements and checking if the validation has been performed correctly, that the applicants, the conformity assessment body, everyone has made its job correctly. And then the authorization is given by the authorizing entity, and then the subsystem, the vehicle, is authorized to be placed on the market. Alors, the rule, in case the area of use of a vehicle is covering more than one member state, the agency is the authorizing entity, and it is supported by the NSAs for the area of use for the national rules applicable in the area of use. In the case of wagon, when wagons are compliant with 0.712 and Appendix C or Appendix C, there is no involvement of national safety authorities. It's only the agency performing the assessment. In other cases, the NSAs assess the conformity to the national rules, and the agency assess the conformity to the TSIs and the specific cases. The authorization mentions the area of use, so the member state where the vehicle is authorized. The values of the TSIs and national rule parameters that are necessary for the compatibility between the vehicle and the network. That are the values that are registered in RATV principally. The compliance with the TSI and the national rules, and the conditions for use. So this is also an important part of the authorization, to list the conditions for use and the restrictions for use when there are that are applicable to a vehicle. Another actor is the infrastructure manager. So here we list the infrastructure manager to say that the infrastructure manager has no role in vehicle authorization, because it's often the case that people think that the infrastructure manager still has a role in vehicle authorization. So here we list the infrastructure manager in the actors of the vehicle authorization, but it's to say that they have no role in vehicle authorization. And that's why there is now an authorization for placing on the market and not anymore an authorization for placing in service. It's because this authorization is different. This authorization is followed by a route compatibility check in which the parameters of compatibility with the route will be checked between the RU and the IM. It means that there is something to do after this authorization of placing on the market. There is something more involving the infrastructure manager. But for the authorization of placing on the market, the infrastructure manager has no role. All that is necessary needs to be defined in the TSIs, national rules, without requiring a kind of a green light of any type from the infrastructure manager. So that's the sentence in bold. No role in the authorization of placing on the market. The infrastructure manager may be involved in the organization of on-track tests, of course, because there are many on-track tests and they need to be done on the network of the area of use generally. So it means that there will be contacts between the applicant and the infrastructure manager. Infrastructure manager needs to give permission for the applicant to perform tests, but he has no role in the authorization process. Voilà, so this is a short summary. I think it's clear probably already for all of you. I don't know if there are some questions specific to these roles of the different actors.
We have the usual suspect, but before I give to you,
I think you should come here.
Any other from the back? I think in the back everybody is very comfortable, but there will be some questions after that to you. So there will be an exam. There we go.
I do have a problem because you said it's more or less a complete list. We have 11 infrastructure managers, but as an add-on to that, only in Poland, we have 1,500 junctions owned by roughly 600 different entities. They do obtain from National Safety Authority some kind of acceptance, but that is not safety certificate that is not safety approval, and I would like to understand whether they are part of a railway system or maybe they are outside or where they should be. That's quite a lot of infrastructure.
Did you...
Who are these 600?
Yes, I'm a bit puzzled as well.
Let's say hubs, the power plants, logistics centers, factories, etc., etc. Quite a lot of them, subdivided into 3 different categories, treated as part of a overall railway system, sometimes as part of it, sometimes as being outside. That's a gray area which is from the TSI treated as outside, from the 10T network to some extent treated as part of a complete system.
Right. These are private areas, no?
So let me get this straight. Are you telling me that the railway in Poland, apart from what is declared as publicly owned, also has bits and bobs that are private and semi-private and with some different owners? Is that what you're trying to say?
We, of course, have the National Safety Authority. We, of course, have the National Investigation Body. We, of course, have the Ministry. We have 11 infrastructure managers. We have 20 railway undertakings serving passenger transport. We have 70 railway undertakings serving freight transport. And we have more or less 600 different entities owning different parts of infrastructure, which is utilized to run trains on that infrastructure. And they are not infrastructure managers, they are not railway undertakings, they are, I don't know who they are.
Well, I think this is a case of mixed match of private and, well, to start with, we've got a lot of infrastructure managers there, which is already a bit bizarre. But on top of that, several owners.
We don't know either who they are. No, if it's privately owned, well, it's a bit out. It can be out of scope. If it's used by different railway undertakings, maybe they are micro infrastructure managers. I don't know. It's
yeah.
If I.
Okay, so we have one infrastructure manager in the back then. Let's try and get some clarifications here. Please.
As an infrastructure manager representative from Lithuania, I want to ask you to explain a bit that your statement that infrastructure manager has no role in the process, because as we do the compatibility, rolling stock compatibility check with infrastructure, I think this role hidden somewhere in the statement. Could you explain that?
Okay, so you want to understand why the infrastructure manager has no role in the authorization process? Yes, but you don't have a role, huh? That's what's written in the law, but maybe you can clarify that, Nordin.
Yes. Okay. You need to give for the previous question. You need to give us some more details about the statements you made, especially that the directive has already some provision about consideration or not to some specific private infrastructure that are not connected to the main network. Regarding your question, why infrastructure manager is not involved in authorization except for giving the access to the track for doing on-track test when needed. This is in regards to what we have in the interoperability directive and in the regulation on vehicle authorization. We have even what was presented before by Antoine is even covered by different articles within the regulation on vehicle authorization. because authorization rules must be clear and transparent to applicants. The regulator has defined different actors for vehicle authorization. You have the authorizing entity. So when you have an area of use of one member state, it can be either the agency or the National Safety Authority. When it is the National Safety Authority, the duty of the authorizing entity is clearly also defined in the regulation. He has to assess the application from the applicant based on TSIs, national rules, and consideration of requirements capture. The national rules are assessed by designated body. The TSIs are assessed by notified body. The infrastructure manager in all these organizations has no role, even if during a long period before the fourth rail package, the IM in some member states was acting as the DEBO or even as the NSA, was even regulating the national rules, but the fourth rail package clearly separates the different roles of the different actors. You see, even we will see in the presentations, we are now talking about authorization for placing on the market. Before the fourth rail package, we were talking about authorization for placing in service, where we had the mixtures of vehicle authorization, as we know, and route compatibility check. The route compatibility check was even done by the infrastructure manager, where as applicants, you were going to the NSA during 6 months, 1 year of authorization. You were happy receiving your authorization, and you were going to the infrastructure manager with the same data, and the infrastructure manager was doing a kind of new authorization for giving access to the track. Article 21 of the directive says authorization of vehicles is a duty of the agency or NSA. Article 23 of the directives talks about route compatibility checks and has even transferred these checks from the IM to the RU, railway undertaking, sorry. So for the infrastructure manager to the railway undertaking. Voilà. I hope I have answered your question.
If I may compliment as well, Nordin, because I used to work for the infrastructure manager, also in route compatibility. So historically, what has been happening is that normally the infrastructure manager holds the knowledge of the network. So if a newcomer to the industry, like a railway undertaking, comes and they don't understand what is there, the assets, normally they go to the network for a kind of assurance that they are doing the right thing. But as Nordin said, the law now clearly defines the rule. So the one that starts the route compatibility process is always the railway undertaking. The role of the IM is very passive, so you have to provide the data for them to run their analysis and even to provide the test tracks, but there is no role for the IM. Although historically it does happen in some countries that still the IM is controlling a bit the strings, but the law is the law, and now it's a clear split between responsibilities. Any further questions?
Damian Niemczuk. I have a question regarding roles, ASBOT directly. Do assessment bodies can require from applicant EC verification certificates as a proof of applicant's requirements capture validity or correctness? Do they do that? Can do that?
Thank you for your question. I think it will be answered in the next slide.
Yes, when we talk about...
If it's not answered,
yeah.
Next slides today or tomorrow, because we have some slides about requirements capture.
Yes.
If it's not answered, at least I will take it in my mind and I try to give some explanation on that topic.
Yeah, we will discuss this year certificates. Any further questions? Yeah, there's a question here.
Thank you. The decision on modules says that the applicant should inform the notified body of the changes in the type. So an applicant meaning, in essence, the type authorization holder. And the ERA's guidance says that such an information should be also provided to the notified body that by the entity which is not the type authorization holder. So, like both the entity being the type authorization holder and the entity that is introducing a change in a vehicle, but is not the type authorization holder. And my question is, what is the responsibility of the NOBO in such a case? Because if we're talking about the type authorization holder, where there is some contractual or legal relation between the two entities, but when an entity that is not the type authorization holder informs the NOBO, he may have his own NOBO for the change he introduces, and what's the responsibility of the original NOBO that issued the type authorization, the type approval certificate?
The answer is simple. You are responsible of the work you have performed. So if as a NOBO you have assessed first authorization, the first type, and then so you delivered the type certificate, the EC certificate of verification that we will see in the next slides, and then 5 years after, the railway undertaking wants to do some modification to the vehicle in operation, and the contract with another NOBO, you don't have a responsibility in regards to what the other NOBO will assess for the modification.
So it's only for informational purposes for the NOBO to have the information.
You need to distinguish two aspects. The aspect where imagine you have there is a contract of 100 locomotives, and the applicant contracted the NOBO with module SB plus SD. And he has a plan to manufacture the 100 locomotives during 5 to 6 years, for example. During the manufacturing process, SD modules, as notified body, you do the surveillance audits. And of course, the applicant, the entity managing the change, is fully responsible of assessing the change he's introducing, or he wants to introduce. And when the change may impact the compliance with the TSI, he needs to inform the NOBO in regards to the needs of further evaluation or not.
But it may be, and usually is a different NOBO.
Yes, no problem. I mean, as soon as you have delivered your certificate, your work is done. If the applicants want, for example, to install a TCS, and originally you were the NOBO of the rolling stock where it was only Class B, and the applicant asks you a quotation, and asks also to other notified body a quotation, and he decides to use another NOBO than you. He is responsible for managing the change, including the impact to the rolling stock and to a TCS. Voilà, so all the modifications, if the modifications impact something you have assessed for the original type, you need to demonstrate to the new NOBO that the vehicle is compliant.
Yeah, but my question was about the responsibility of the original NOBO who issued the original type authorization certificate. What should this NOBO do with the information that the vehicle in use is being changed?
I mean, you're responsible, and when you have delivered the certificate, you are responsible of your assessment in regards to the original type. If then the applicant decides to do some modifications and he contracted a NOBO, sometimes even the applicants do modification without informing anyone. You see? So if he wants to make some modifications and contract another NOBO, it's not you doing the assessment of the change. You have no responsibility of what he's doing.
Is it clear?
And the message important also is that an applicant is not, by contract, married with the NOBO.
Of course.
You see?
It's still not convinced. Hang on.
Just to clarify, I meant a situation when the applicant is a different, that's a different company than the one originally obtaining the type approval certificate.
This is the, I want to say, the normal life of the railway. You have sometimes the applicant that is the manufacturer selling the vehicles to RUs. RUs want to introduce some change. Sometimes he will ask, either he has an engineering knowledge and process that can manage the change and he wants to do it alone, is allowed. There is Article 16.4 in the regulation saying that if you are not the owner of the type authorization, you need to notify the authorizing entity of the modifications you want to do. And then the authorizing entity has, I think it's 4 months to react, to say, look, the categorization of the modification is correct or not. You need a new authorization and you need to come to the authorizing entity with all the evidences that the modification comply with essential requirements.
It's clear. I think it's clear, no? It's not clear. Okay, so there will be a debate on the coffee break then.
No problem.
I think the man is still not very, very certain. You wanted to ask a question, no? No, it was answered. Okay, so if there is no further questions, I'll just move on. Yeah? So we can continue to the next bit before the break.
The next slides that I will show you, a part is not new. It's about certification of subsystem and interoperable constituent. Another part is a little bit new, I want to say amended on special vehicles such as on track machine. So we thought that it's important to remind some basics, like what is in fact certification. That is one big part of vehicle authorization. So one aspect of vehicle authorization one big aspect is about EC verification procedure. EC verification procedure allow to demonstrate that the subsystem that can be rolling stock, CC, control command and signaling on board, infrastructure, energy subsystem, any of them, is compliant with essential requirements. The essential requirements are defined in the directive. It covers the TSIs, conformity with the TSIs, conformity with national rules, and also safety assessment report and other requirements relevant. Who is responsible of the EC verification procedure? Of course, is the applicant. He needs to perform the complete EC verification procedures. You need to design a vehicle and give the different evidences to the conformity assessment bodies and demonstrate that the subsystem complies with essential requirements. And he is the one who drafts the EC declaration of verification of the subsystem. This EC declaration of verification of subsystem is unique. I want to say there is no need to have in addition to the EC declaration of verification of the subsystem, a national declaration. Before the fourth rail package, an applicant had to deliver to the authorizing entity a national declaration, an EC declaration of verification. Sometimes some member states were asking declarations such as state-of-the-art, compliance, etc. Another point that is important to consider, especially for applicants on vehicle authorization, is in vehicle authorization, in the tool one-stop shop, when you enter there, we ask you to deliver not only among all the files you have to deliver, not only the EC declaration of verification, but also the accompanying technical file, which means all the evidences that you have used, exchanged with the NOBO, with the DEBO, with the ASBO. So EC verification procedure is based on modules. The modules are defined in the decision 2010. As you can see, it's a very old one. These module decisions describes role and responsibility between the applicants and the notified body. And specify also which evidence and which documents are delivered by, are drafted by the different entity. One important thing is that the module decision today give duties to the notified body. For the designated body, this module decision is not applicable directly to them, but some member states may decide within their national rules, national legislations, also to impose to the designated body to apply the module decision. It is the case for several member states like Netherlands, Denmark, etc. So just as a reminder, there are different types of modules for the subsystem. Generally, they cover two main parts: the demonstrations that the design of the subsystem comply with the rules, and that the manufacturing part allow also applicants to manufacture a series of products that are compliant with the design certified. So there is different modules that an applicant can select: SB plus SD, SH1, SF, SG. For example, SG is mainly used on infrastructure. Generally, on rolling stock, applicants are using SB plus SD or SH1. It depends. So in each, depending on the modules you have selected, the notified body, imagine you have selected SB plus SD. The notified body shall deliver you an EC type examination certificate for the SB module, a QMS approval and surveillance. The QMS approval is quality management system approval, where the NOBO has checked all the setup of the applicants that he makes for ensuring that what he will manufacture is a photocopy of the type certified. And also, on top of that, he is delivering an EC certificate of verification. On that basis, the applicant can draft the EC declaration of verification of the subsystem. As I said, the decision of the module decisions describe the different modules and role and responsibility of the different actors and the deliverables. And the TSIs define which modules you may use. This is defined in the chapter 6 of any TSI. And some modules may involve a notified body, some others not. It depends on the complexity of the interoperable constituent you want to assess. So there are some interoperable constituents where it's a self-assessment by the manufacturer and a self-declaration. There is no notified body involved. So here I give just, for example, an illustration what is required for the coupler in the TSI lock and pass. At the subsystem level, the rolling stock TSIs allow applicants to choose one of the combinations of modules, SB plus SD, or SB plus SF, or SH1. As example, if you are manufacturer of on-track machine and you sell only one on-track machine, generally you will use SB plus SF. SF, if I come back before, I hope it works, is verification based on a product, where SD is a verification of the quality management system of the manufacturer. Depending on the level of maturity of your quality management system and also what the TSI require, you then, as an applicant, select the right combination. In the next slides is to give you an overview of what is happening during EC verification procedure. So, as we discussed before, you have a first phase of identification of the requirements you need to consider on the design of your product. the essential requirements, you will find, legally speaking, the TSIs, the national rules, and also other EU legislations like the REACH regulations, the Directive on Emissions, the RED Directive on Transport of Dangerous Goods. So you capture all these requirements and you include them in the specification of your design. So you have the phase of the design that include the demonstration, the specification of the subsystem, all the components, the functional analysis, etc. And you prepare also the demonstration of conformity of your product with type test, with drawings, etc. And during this phase, you also prepare the manufacturing process. For example, if you have specific critical requirements in regards to the distance or the length, you may, at the design phase, generally, for example, the compliance with PRM TSI, you have corridor, a minimum distance to ensure in the corridor. In the modern trends, you have a lot of equipments. You want to have, in intercity, for example, you want to have a maximum passenger inside the coach or the train. So you will use the maximum capacity of seats, etc. But you need to ensure that you have the minimum corridor length, and you may decide if you identified in the critical length of your product that you will do some specific checks every 10 vehicles to ensure that you are always respecting the conformity with the PRM TSI. So this is what we call the design phase. So you prepare the manufacturing process, and you also prepare the testing of the prototype. This design phase involves the different assessment bodies. For the TSIs, you will have the notified body. For the national rules, you will have the involvement of the designated body. And for the risk assessment, you have the involvement of the risk assessment ASBO. For other requirements coming from other EU legislation, this will depend on the content of this other EU legislation. If you have a diesel locomotive, the diesel engine should come with an EC declaration of conformity and involve a notified body that is not the notified body of the railway, but the notified body that was notified against the regulation on exhaust gas emission. So depending on what is defined inside the different other EU legislations, you may involve or not additional other bodies. So all these guys will assess the conformity of the design and deliver to the applicants a different type of certificate. So for NOBO, he will deliver an EC type examination certificate. The DEBO delivers the same type of certificates. It's just not called EC, but the same structure, the same content. And they also provide the technical files, the technical documentations that shows the conformity of the product. Generally, there you will find the drawings, the calculation notes, the analysis, the type test, etc. So when you have ended with the design phase, it's not the end of the authorization. It's not the end of the SC certification. You still need to ensure also that, especially when you have a series of rolling stock to manufacture, or a series of TCS to manufacture, you still need to ensure that you have set up everything necessary in your production that will ensure to have always a product that comply, that go out of the productions and comply with what you have certified, which is called the production phase. So as an input, you have the design evidences. So you know exactly the characteristic of the vehicle, for example, the axle load, the weight of the vehicle. And you prepare, as an applicant, the demonstration of, you prepare the manufacturing process and all the control, the checks, the serial tests you want to do. This part is also assessed by conformity assessment bodies. Normally, a notified body, if I'm talking about a vehicle, he will come to your manufacturing plant doing audits, checking the competencies, asking you questions about the competence of people, how you do the relationship between the engineering and the manufacturing part, what are the type of control you have prepared to ensure that you will always produce something that is the photocopy of the type certified. At the end of this complete process, you receive the certificate of verification, and with that, as an applicant, you can draft an EC declaration of verification for the subsystem. So what is a little bit different to what is in the past? In the past, there was, as I said before, distinctions between EC declaration of verification and the national declaration. So some member states had a different interpretation, and as applicants, sometimes for the same subsystem, you had to deliver to the NSA 5 declarations. Now, with the Fortran package, you have the EC declaration of verification for the subsystem, as required by the directive, and the risk declaration as required by Safety Directive, Article 16.
Before we move to special vehicles, any quick question on this topic on EC declarations? I mean, there were some people there, but maybe their questions are answered. Have you got any online questions about this, Dorothea?
Well, I think it's a question on the previous presentation.
Okay. Yes, but you can ask.
Yeah. Does the TSI log and pass in its current and previous versions and other railway regulations require registration and management of software configuration, for instance, TCMS?
Okay, it's a good question. Alors, in the TSI log and pass, we have functional requirements. We try as much as possible, because there can be always an expert saying, no, we have this specific paragraph imposing a solution. We have functional requirements. We try to avoid as much as possible to impose any technical solution. Regarding software, we have a specific clause 4213 on software and hardware safety related. So we have specific requirements there, saying to applicants, if you have for functions a software that manage a safety functional requirement, for example, on the modern trains, generally you always have a software managing the passenger access doors, and if they play a role in the safety, then you need to follow the EN. We have even in the application guide of the log and pass TSIs, we refer to harmonize the EN standard 50, 126, 128, 129. There is even others more recent. So the applicants, if within its TCMS, which is Train Control Management System, has any safety functions or any functions that need to be considered in regards to compliance with the TSI requirements, then it's like for us a drawing or a test report. It should be part of the evidences.
Thank you. Any more questions? Also in Polish.
Yeah, I think we'll move on. So Nordin, if you can finish the rest of your presentation, yes, and then we'll go to the break.
We have a specific presentation on special vehicles such as on track machine. We placed these slides because it's also something that we receive regularly, a lot of questions from the sector. And we have even introduced some amendments in the TSI 2023. So the special vehicles such as on track machine, we have a large variety of them. And in the TSI 2023, we try to be a little bit more precise. For your information, in the previous directive, and especially in the previous TSI, we had in the lock and pass, we were talking only on two types of special vehicle, on-track machine and inspection vehicle, infrastructure inspection vehicle. The new directive introduced new terms with special vehicles such as on-track machine. So we tried in the TSI 2023 to define them. So we have the usual on-track machine that are designed for construction and maintenance of the track and infrastructure. We still have the inspection vehicles that are used to monitor the infrastructure, like catenary, track, etc. We have also environment vehicles that are designed for clearance on the track. We have the emergency vehicles, especially you can see a lot of them when you have a country with a lot of tunnels in Austria, in Switzerland. So they are designed for specific emergency use, firefighting and rescuing trains and people. And we have also the famous road rail vehicle that can be used on the road and also on the railway infrastructure. So now with the TSI 2023 lock and pass, we have further clarified what we meant by special vehicle. We regularly receive questions on does my on-track machine is in the scope of the TSI or not. It is in the scope of the TSI. On-track machine is in the scope of the TSI when it is intended to be used in running mode and to be detected by the train detection system. Just saying running mode, I'm not sure that it will be clear to everybody. In fact, special vehicles such as on-track machine are designed for three modes: running mode, working mode, and traveling mode. What you need to keep in mind is when the on-track machine is in working mode or in traveling mode, you are in an area that is closed to the traffic. And then the OTM is like any machine. Traveling means the OTM travel within the closed area. So you are in the working directly to the infrastructure. Whereas when you are in running mode, you are like any other old coach or any other locomotive. If the OTM is equipped with a cabin with a driver, when he's in running mode, he's like any other locomotive, he's operating in commercial with other trains, and then he falls completely into the TSI scope. So what you need to have in mind is working mode, traveling mode is not in the scope of the TSI, and is neither in the scope of vehicle authorization. It's about health and safety at work. So we have two types, as I said, of configuration. You have the special vehicle, such as OTM, is self-propelled, so it's like a locomotive, or it is old. When you are old, like a coach or a wagon, we indicate in the TSI that the applicant can decide, depending on the nature of the special vehicle he wants to produce, either he apply the TSI lock and pass, or he can also apply the TSI wagon. Voilà. Up to the TSI 2023, we had in the TSI lock and pass a clause, always the same, 7113, that was saying that the application of the technical requirements of the TSI are voluntary. So applicant was able to decide either he demonstrates the conformity with the TSI or he uses national rules. Since the TSI 2023, we have introduced there an amendment indicating that when the area of use is composed of more than one member state, the TSI, lock and pass, and noise are mandatory. There is no voluntary application. But when the area of use is limited to one member state, the applicant is still able to decide. Either he applies the TSI or the national rules. He applies the national rules when there is national rules. Because in some member states, there is no national rules notified against special vehicle. In that case, the TSI becomes mandatory. when the member state has notified 5 national rules, so partially, it's a partial notification. The applicant may decide to apply the 5 national rules for the related basic parameter of the TSI. For the rest, he must go and apply the TSI. This is what you need to consider. So up to the TSI 2023 and even up to the fourth package introduction, a lot of manufacturers of special vehicles such as on-track machine were not going and applying the TSI. Now we have a lot more and more applications with the TSI. And the next step of that, for your information, is in the next TSI revision, we will make mandatory the application of the TSI independently of the area of use. So the TSI noise is mandatory when the area of use is more than 1 member state, as I've just explained. If the area of use of the vehicle is just 1 member state, the TSI is not mandatory except for one requirement that we ask to measure the noise level in the driving cab. And there is no limits to be respected defined in the TSI noise. The applicant just measure the noise and give this value in the technical file of the vehicle. So as this is a novelty, we had a lot of questions and fear on ongoing project. Antoine before explained the new regime of transition. So with the TSI, since the TSI 2023, when we introduce modification to the TSI, we always categorize this modification. And for this new amendment, we indicated that if you had, before the entry into force of this amendment, ongoing project, you can still benefit from a 7 years period before going and applying the TSI requirements. As example, imagine you had, before the entry into force of the 2023 TSI, a project with of an on-track machine with Poland and Czech Republic. If you were in the design phase and you had decided to apply national rules, you can keep this set of rules and continue with the national rules because you have the 7 years period of transition. But if today you start a new project, again with an area of use Poland and Czech Republic, the TSI 7113 apply directly. So you need to comply with the TSI and the rules, the national rules, in addition to the TSIs. Voilà. Case of extension of area of use. So for the extension of area of use, we provided some clarification in the application guide of the TSI. Imagine you have a situation of on-track machine where the area of use was limited to Poland. And as applicant, you decided not to apply the TSI, but to apply national rules. This is allowed by the TSI. So you have received authorization for Poland based on national rules. When you do the extension of area of use to the Czech Republic, we still allow applicant to decide to go with the TSIs or to keep the national rules in regards to having a consistency in the set of rules applied.
Any questions? Yes, there's a question there.
Can you confirm that the next revise of TSI will change that all OTMs will have to be certified according to TSI compliant? There will be no path to not use the TSI instead of national rules.
Yes, we have even started the specific topical group for the rolling stock TSI. we are working with, within a working party, a specific working group, to revise the TSI and to make it mandatory for all the cases, if you have an area of use of one member state or more. For the CCS TSI, there is specific provision today. Maybe they might change. So
hope so.
For the CCS TSI, we have, as far as I remember, is in the clause 7, in the chapter 7, 7.321, something like this, where it is still said that the member states may decide to exclude the special vehicles such as on-track machine from installing ERTMS. David, you can confirm?
Okay, it's a good information. But if I chose to use the national rules, do these phases, designing phase and production phase, are applicable to national rules and certificate of verification certificates issued based on these rules?
Alors, as I explained before, the module decision as it is defined today is for notified body assessing compliance with the TSI. For the national rules, the module decision may be mandatory if the national legislations impose that. There are some member states within their national legislations, they impose the application of module decision to their designated body, some others not. But in any case, imagine you have applied only national rules. As manufacturer, you still have a design phase and production phase. You still have to do, you will receive from the designated body a national certificate. If the member states where you want to authorize impose the module decision, you will receive similar documents as if it's a NOBO delivering you, but they will be called National Type Examination Certificate, National QMS Approval. If there is nothing, you still need to do, if you have a series, production in series, you still need to do a declaration of conformity to type and demonstrate that what you have, the 5 OTM you have manufactured comply with the type authorized.
Okay, but this is a real unlimited certificate. If the country not impose any applicability of these phases, am I right?
The applicant, if applicant do not impose the module decision, the only things you have to do, you will receive national certificates from the DEBO. You receive the technical file of the DEBO, and you have to draft as applicant, you have to sign an EC declaration of verification. So even you as applicant, when you contract with the DEBO, you can always ask him, look, I like the module decision, I want you to work on this basis, generally. And in a lot of situations, the DEBO is in the same company as NOBO, as BO. You see, so generally they are working in the similar way. But you are right.
But there are no formal requirements.
No, if the member state did not impose anything, there is no formal requirement.
Okay, so, and the last question, this mandatory, TSI using mandatory when you want to imply it on the next TSI revision, there will be some transition for this? Transition period?
Of course, as I showed before,
but for this requirement specifically?
Yes. As explained by Antoine, and as I showed here, when we introduce a modification to the TSI requirements, we always check whether the revision is equivalent to the previous one. If there is a big change, we have two categorizations. Either we give a generic transition period of 7 years, or we give a short transition period, especially if we discover that there is a safety risk in all the networks. We may decide to introduce a change in the TSI, imposing retrofit of existing vehicle. So in regards to your questions, naturally, as it's a big change, because if you started today I mean, if you started in 2024 a contract and you are assessing your OTM based on national rules, and in 25 we have a new TSI, you cannot stop and changing everything. So we consider this aspect, and certainly we will introduce this modification with some specific transition regime.
7 years.
We don't know yet. Let's see. I think
that was a proposal before a coffee.
I think there is high probability that it's 7 years, but we don't know yet.
Okay. So let's see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Is there a question? Okay. There's a question online, Nordin, and then
one more
give the floor here.
Question received in the chat. Sorry. I try to pronounce correctly. Are all sub-suppliers ROHS, ROHS, and REACH certification required for the certification of a railway vehicle? Some companies comply only with the REACH, but do not follow ROHS. Is ROHS compliance mandatory? ROHS is written like big R, small o, big H, big S.
You take the question and you take the name of the person and we will reply it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I have another question here.
Thank you. In case of the retrofit OTMs, we have some specific case, and do you see a problem in here? So, for example, we have a switch from the onboard TSI to the Class B system. Oh, another way around. So we have already Class B systems on board on the old vehicles, and now we want to apply to the newest TSI. And we're installing onboard, and to switch to this new onboard, we have to go to the standstill, and it's called hard switch. So as far as I know, you have to provide some details before you will start this. It's kind of like a start of the mission, but you have to provide some more details at the beginning. And do you see it as a problem for applicability to TSI, or is it more like a network statement problem?
I will give you a partial answer because I understand that your issue relates to CCA control command and signaling on board.
On board, right.
Okay. Maybe you can ask the question tomorrow to my colleague David here.
Okay, but it's OTMs.
Yeah, but be careful. The network statement has a scope. We should not find in the network statement some national rules, except if the TSI says, for example, for this particularity, the member state, the infrastructure manager, shall notify inside the network statement when he decides to change the track. If the TSI do not require something referring to network statement, we should not find inside the network statement some rules about the design of the vehicle. This is the partial answer I can give you. Then I didn't really understood. I think you install a new Class B. What are you doing?
I think this is a more of an implementation and about OTM rules when they are migrating to ETCS. So I propose that we discuss that in parallel because it's a very specific topic. And I will take one more question before we go on the break. There was somebody that was asking me before, and then we go on the break, and then we'll reconvene later, okay?
Odpowiadając może pani...
Well, to answer your previous question, madam, the position of the Polish UTK company that the installation of Class B ESMR system requires a new approval but the other one does not require a new approval, new VA. That's the position published on our website. But I have a question to that presentation. You discussed the requirements for on-track vehicles, trains, but then we have the new CCS 1695, and could we hear the requirements for track vehicles, because they are different from block and pass. It's about the CTS system installation and about the transition periods. Could you please clarify that?
It's not fair what I will do, but I will do. So, as your question is about understanding of ERTMS rules within the CCS TSIs on track machine, I suggest we give the answer tomorrow with David, that will do some presentation on the evolution of the CCS TSI. I explained before that there are some modification inside the TSI CCS, especially on the chapter 7, that says that member state may decide that there is no need to install ERTMS on track machine. This is the only things I can say to you today. But in regards to the scope of application, like I explained before, running mode, traveling mode, and working mode, what is in the TSI lock and pass is exactly the same in the CCS TSI. They apply only when you are in a running mode.
Okay, so I propose we go now to, there's more questions, but we're getting...
Ja chciałam Państwa zaprosić.
Well, I just wanted to invite you to have a family photo, to take a picture together before we go on a coffee break. Of course, those of you who don't want to be on our photo, you please do not come. But otherwise, I would like to invite everyone here to jump on stage unless you don't want to be on the picture. Thank you.
Would not like to be on the photo, of course you can go for the coffee break, but if you want, please join us on the scene.
Okay.
Please, let's give Nordin some time to talk, please.
So the next part here will give you an overview on vehicle authorization and Fort Railway Package, even if a lot of you as applicants are already facing that, but it's also important to give this overview. So we will go through different aspects like the authorization process and some particular points in the authorization process like modification of vehicles, extension of area of use, and also other vehicle authorization aspects that we thought important to share with you. So in regards to vehicle authorization process, I've missed these pictures. We will talk about authorization for placing on the market. We will talk about area of use of vehicle. Really, if you want to understand all this concept, the pictures are really well explaining the concept about area of use. We will talk about also route compatibility check. I like the pictures with route compatibility check because it's really well explaining things. What meant route compatibility check is to check the compatibility of a vehicle that is authorized, placed on the market, with the reality of the route. When you design the vehicle, you comply with TSIs, national rules, but sometimes the infrastructure, due to history, there are some infrastructure with 200, 300 years, you may arrive in some area where there is an incompatibility. So this picture is a picture of a bridge in Valenciennes. And you can see even the police guys that generally are coming and crying against the guy that tried to pass by the bridge. They were also, they didn't perform correctly the route compatibility checks and they blocked the road. I live in Valenciennes and we have only 2 bridges. And when such type of things happens, it's not a big city, but it can, you then have all the vehicles has to pass by the second bridge, and you have 31 hours of traffic jam. So it's a good picture of route compatibility checks. If you want to keep something in mind about that topic, this is what meant route compatibility checks. We will talk about also type variants and versions. You can see they are all looking like almost the same, but with some small differences. So we will explain the difference. We will go into tools that are supporting vehicle authorization, like one-stop shop, the tools on registrations of type of vehicles, RATV, RATIS, and what we call the VA toolbox. And we already, via Antoine before, explained the role and responsibility of the usual suspects having a role in the vehicle authorization. So for your information, we gave in these slides links to ERA website, where you can find easily all relevant documents related to vehicle authorization, guidelines, regulation, etc. And we had also set up what we call vehicle authorization toolbox. For the guys that are doing vehicle authorization, you are used with the fact that it requires knowledge on several domains, on the rules, TSIs, on engineering of rolling stock vehicles, on other EU legislations, on EC verification procedure, on a lot of things. So the aim of this tool aims to centralize in a single place all the information you need to know as applicant or as national safety authority or as authorizing entity working for ERA. We gave also access to this tool to NOBOs, to ASBO, to DEBOs on request. And as I explained, it facilitates the life of everybody because in a quick way, you can find the information you are looking for. As an example, you need to select a notify body that is qualified in the specific scope, like rolling stock, CCS on board. So with that, you go directly to stakeholders, and then you will have a link to NOBOs, a link to NBREL website where you can find the recommendations for use. You can find the link to NAMDO where you will have the qualifications of the NOBOs, etc. So it's oriented in a business way. So normally, when you are using this tool, you find quickly the answer to your question. So for applicants that have already an access to one-stop shop, by default, we give them an access to this tool. For the others, NOBOs, ASBO, and DEBO, they have to ask us directly via the contact us. Key aspect of the Fortran package, in fact, one big aspect that changed a lot is before the Fortran package, you had one authorization process by member states. Now, we can complain on the complexity, etc., but we have one single authorization process that is regulated by the regulation 2018-545 for all member states. There is one structure of the authorization file. There is clear role of all the actors. We indicate clearly what the authorizing entity is supposed to assess when receiving an application. The content of the application is similar if you want to authorize your vehicle in Poland, in France, or in Belgium. Voilà, so one big evolution is the single authorization process. And we have also introduced and make distinctions between type authorization and vehicle authorization. Here it was already explained a little bit, and I think a large majority of the people here know that. When you have an area of use of more than one member state, by default, the authorizing entity is the agency. If you have an area of use of only one member state, as applicant, you decide. Either you go directly to the concerned NSA, National Safety Authority, or you come to the agency. But all requests for vehicle authorization go to a single tool that is called one-stop shop. Here it's a quick summary of the main process. You, as applicant, after having designed the vehicle, going through all the verification and validation process, including type test, etc., you compile the application and you introduce this application in the one-stop shop. You have to specify the area of use of the vehicle where you want to receive the authorization, and you provide all the relevant documentation. This, within the one-stop shop, is then processed by the agency with the support of the National Safety Authority when the area of use is more than one member state. The National Safety Authority role there will be limited to the national rules. When you have an area of use of one member state, the National Safety Authority, if you have selected the National Safety Authority, it will be your unique entity assessing all the package, TSIs, compliance, etc. So we have, when we receive an application in one-stop shop, we have 1 month to declare the completeness and 4 months to deliver the authorization or not. And the authorization process, what we are assessing, is regulated by the regulation 2018-545. After authorization, so when you are in the step 2, you imagine everything was done correctly. You receive a type authorization of your vehicle. So when you receive the type authorization, we know clearly the characteristic of the vehicle, the conditions for use, etc. After authorization, within the Article 23 of the Interop Directive, there is specific checks to be done by the railway undertaking before the use of the vehicle. These checks consist as the RU needs to check whether the vehicle are registered, whether they have received an authorization or not, and he has to perform what we call the route compatibility check, and also a proper integration in a train composition. Especially if you, I don't know, if the RU has 3 types of locomotive and 20 type of coaches, when he's preparing the train for passengers, he will do train compositions, and he has to do under its SMS, he has to define, for example, the braking performance of the train composed. This is not vehicle authorization, it's after. As explained before by Antoine, there is, within the Fortran package, a clear separation of tasks. We are talking about authorization for placing on the market now, and not anymore about authorization for placing in service. With authorization for placing in service, there was a mixture. All the 3 steps were generally done at the same time. Now, there is a clear separation. In this slide, just to give you a global overview of the different stages. The stage 1 consists of the preparation of the application by the applicant. He is fully responsible of its application, contracting the notified body, the DEBO, the ASBO, is the only contact point of the authorizing entity. Sometimes when we receive applications, we may create what we call issues, and some applicants, not so much, but in the beginning of the Fortran package, sometimes were answering to us, you can ask my NOBO. No, our contact point is the applicant. The applicant is fully responsible of its application and is also responsible of the supplier is using for building its application. We have a stage 2 that is called pre-engagement. It's voluntary on the demand of the applicant, but when the applicant decides to go to a pre-engagement, the authorizing entity has to deliver an opinion. In a nutshell, a pre-engagement generally is done in the beginning of a project. It aims to share with the authorizing entity the strategy in regards to authorization of the project. In terms of the things that is regulated there is what type of rules I will apply, which TSI versions, which TS national rules I will apply, the descriptions of the different type and variants I want to authorize, etc. So it allows to make clear between applicants and the authorizing entity the future authorization that the applicants want to receive. As applicant, when you have identified all your rules, you are in the design phase, manufacturing phase. As shown before, you need to involve conformity assessment bodies. NOBOs for TSIs, DEBO for national rules, ASBO for risk assessment, and sometimes requirements capture. At the end of this stage 3, you receive the certificates from the NOBOs, from the DEBOs, the risk report, the safety risk report from the ASBO, and you sign the declaration, EC declaration of verification we saw before on the subsystems, and you prepare the applications in accordance with Annex 1 of the regulation. You submit this application in one-stop shop. Stage 5, we process the application. What we are supposed to check is defined in the regulation. We need to reach a reasonable assurance that all the actors have performed correctly their duty. We are not supposed to cross-check all the drawings that has been already checked by the NOBO. We are not supposed to redo a complete detailed assessment. For some NSA, it was novelty. A big change, not novelty, because some NSA in the past were acting as DEBO also. Now, there is different actors, and we are having a look to the output delivered by the different conformity assessment bodies. Stage 6 is the final documentation with delivering authorization or not. And we have also the possibility to suspend, revoke, or amend an authorization. So it's a unique EU harmonized process for all member states, even if you select as authorizing entity an NSA. They have to follow all this stage. Here it's just a picture showing you what I've explained now, where you have the applicants on one side identifying all the rules, taking care of the design, the manufacturing, and the test. You have below the conformity assessment bodies that are coming and having a look in the different stage of the project. You have an involvement of the infrastructure manager when there is a need to go on the track, on the network, to perform some tests. Unfortunately, up to now, we cannot live only with simulation. We try to introduce more and more simulation inside the TSIs to reduce the needs to go on track to perform the test. But the technology do not allow us yet to arrive to only go to simulation. But one day we expect with that. At the end of this process, you have gathered a set of documentation as applicants, and you receive the certificates from the conformity assessment bodies, the report, the technical files, and you compile all these evidences. You submit to the authorizing entity via one-stop shop, and we deliver an authorization or not. When we deliver an authorization, as I said before, the applicant defined the area of use. He defined also the conditions for use of the vehicle. The condition for use of a vehicle is a result of a design and also an assessment of conformity assessment bodies. So when we deliver an authorization, it can be exactly the same as the request, the same area of use, the same condition for use. Sometimes we can deliver an authorization with additional conditions for use, or we can even limit the area of use if there is sometimes the applicant asks for an area of use of 3 member states, but he was able, or there is big issues with the technical compatibility with 1 member state, so we can deliver an authorization limited to the 2 up, that all the tests, everything are done for the 3rd member state. Area of use, what does it mean? As introduced before by Antoine, the concept of area of use in terms of vocabulary was already existing in the TSIs for interoperable constituent. This term has been introduced in the interoperability directive during the negotiation of the Fortreo package. And in fact, what you need to understand, an area of use of a vehicle is a compilation of different information which correspond to the member state and the list of network where you want to receive the authorization. So the authorization we deliver will always contain the area of use, member state / list of networks. But it's not only that. What characterizes also the area of use is the value of the characteristic of the vehicle in regards to technical compatibility. For example, if in Poland you have on the tension 3 kilovolt and 25 kilovolt, you may have designed a vehicle that you ask an area of use for Poland, but your vehicle is designed only to be compatible with 25 kilovolt. So in the authorization we will deliver, we will indicate as information about the member state Poland, and in the technical characteristic regarding the technical compatibility, knowing this technical compatibility characteristic like the tensions, the class B, etc., you know technically where you are able to operate. And in addition to the technical compatibility, something that characterizes also the area of use of a vehicle is the conditions for use and other restrictions. As example, you have designed a vehicle that by design can operate up to 200 kilometers per hour, But during the test, you have instability at 180 kilometers per hour, but everything is okay up to 160 kilometers per hour. The authorizing entity can deliver you an authorization, but with a condition for use indicating you that you can operate up to 160. Until that, you find the solutions and you terminate the test in regards to the maximum design speed of the vehicle. So again, it's also a characteristic that characterizes an area of use. An important message is the last bullet point. Before the fourth rail package, there were some member states authorizing vehicles based on lines. So for example, they were saying, your vehicle is authorized only to operate between Paris, Lyon, Warsaw, Wrocław. It's not anymore like that. Authorization is not on line based, but on area of use, member state, and network. And these are defined by the applicants when he's designing the vehicle. Here we provided an example of what contains an authorization. It's really a fictive example. So here you may have an authorization with the networks of Belgium, France, and Channel Tunnel. The value of parameter for technical compatibility, as you can see, all the values you can see here are only for technical compatibility. So we have the interface with the infrastructure, with the axle load, the gauge. We have the interface with energy, with the voltage, the pantograph gauge, and we have the interface with control command and signaling trackside. So you are compatible with Class B TBL 1 Plus and KVB in France. TBL 1 Plus is in Belgium. Voilà. And point C is on which basis the vehicles, on which rules the vehicles complies with. So you have the different TSI and also the national rules and possible conditions for use attached to the vehicle. All these characteristics result to a design of the vehicle by the manufacturer and is also the results of tests and demonstration of conformity. So the conditions for use are defined by the applicant and of course are also cross-checked by the conformity assessment bodies and then by the authorizing entity. We may have some conditions for use proposed by the applicant that results that we don't deliver authorization. If you put a condition for use that when you have to prepare the trains, you need 50 persons around the trains before departure, there is an issue there about the design. So there is really, you need to be careful when you define your conditions for use. The conditions for use do not aim to cover a non-conformity with the TSI, for example. So here, I will go very quickly, but these are the different authorization cases you may face in authorization. You have first authorization, it concerns a new design of a vehicle that was never ever authorized anywhere. And the first authorization of this vehicle shall comply with the TSI in force. New authorization is an authorization required when you change something into a vehicle type, variant version, or into a vehicle. The change you introduced require authorization. Not all the change will require authorization. There are specific criteria that allow you to categorize this correctly. A novelty on new authorization is in the past, before the fourth rail package, there was no rule about who decides if I need a new authorization or not. Some member states had some criteria. Some others were saying, if you touch anything to what I have authorized, you have to come to me. Some NSA were saying to applicants, if your change impacts the safety, then you come to me. So there was no clear rules. Now in the fourth rail package, with the regulations, we have the fourth rail package interop directive has defined within the Article 21 criteria, and these criteria have been also explained in the regulation and in the TSI. So what may require a new authorization is you made a modification that impact adversely the safety, or it is required by the TSI. And then we have also a specific situation that does not arrive every time is renew type authorization. This is triggered when there is a TSI change or national rules change that require to applicants to ask a renew of its type authorization. And finally, we have what we call the conformity to type, which in fact correspond to, as I said before, imagine you have a contract with 100 locomotives of a first authorization. Generally, you do the complete design. You are using 2 or 3 locomotives to perform the on-track test. And you have your planification of manufacturing the rest during 2, 3, 4 years. Conformity to type aims that for each product manufactured, you have as applicant to declare that the product is compliant with the type authorized. This conformity to type can include 1 vehicle or can include a batch of 100 wagons, for example, as soon as they are manufactured. We don't deliver conformity to type for the future. These slides, the presentation, you will receive it. I already introduced this concept of pre-engagement. As I said, it aims to de-risk a little bit the project, and it obliges the applicant, when he decides to use it, to set up, to put on the paper the strategy of authorization he wants to set up and to initiate discussion with the authorizing entity, agency, and the NSA. So, of course, a pre-engagement is not a consultancy training or training service. For that, we have specific arrangement proposed by the agency that we call chargeable service. Because we had, especially in the beginning of the Fortreo package, we had cases of applicants coming to us trying to do a pre-engagement, where after 2 hours of discussion, they were not prepared at all. And we said, no, you have to read carefully what is required by the regulations and prepare your files and come back later. Because we can deliver an opinion saying that nothing is okay. But it's lose times of the agency, of the NSA, and also of the applicant. I think I will stop here. No? Okay. Yeah.
At this point, if I will take just 1 or 2 quick questions to Nordine about this topic of vehicle authorization. If not, then we can move to the OP-TSI. There is 1 question there.
You mentioned that this procedure to extend area of use can be applicable also to vehicles authorized in a country of origin according to the national rules. So can you just briefly describe this procedure? What I have to do to authorize or to extend area of use of vehicle from other country here in Poland?
Okay. You are the specialist of asking questions that are where the answer is in the next slides.
Okay, so I will wait.
Really,
and my question, my previous question about regarding requirements capture also will be on there.
It's a very good question, and it's part of the next slides. We have a specific slide on extension of area of use, and also one on requirements capture.
Okay, thank you. So I will wait a little bit longer.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? No. So I propose maybe you just clarify with the next slide on the question that he asked. Or maybe we'll leave it for tomorrow.
No. I think I will leave. I will give some time to my colleagues on OPE.
Yeah.
And really, it's not I don't want to answer. We have 1 slide specific on extension of area of use, where we explain that, and we can even update the presentation by providing additional needs if needed.
Okay, so the information will be available, it's on the slides, but for the sake of keeping the time, we'll just move next to the OPTSI with Roberto and Clarice. So if you can have a round of applause for Nordine, who has done an excellent job today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nordine and Antoine. So we will now change topic. If I can ask the people on the back to give us the slides of the operational TSIs, which will be soon displayed, I hope. Voila. And without further ado, Roberto and Beatriz, they will make their presentation because there is no question and answers on their slides. So feel free, if you have a question that you want answered, just raise your hands and let me know, okay? And we will do it this step by step, leading to the cocktail, which I know everybody is looking forward to. So, Roberto, please, floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, maybe good evening, I don't know. This is the last presentation of today, so I hope you are still alive to listen to us. And as Joao said, please feel free to interrupt us if you have any questions. We didn't foresee any specific timing for the questions, so please feel free to react and raise your hands. So this presentation is on the, it's not yet there? Yeah, now it is. So this presentation is on the TSI-OP 2023, so we will give you an overview on the 2023 version of the TSI-OP, and we will focus especially on SMS and operational changes for railway undertakings and infrastructure managers. This presentation contains two parts. So the general part gives you an overview on how to look at the TSI-OP and how to use it when developing safety management system. And the key changes of the TSI-OP and impacts on SMS. SMS for the translators is a safety management system. Thank you. This gives you an overview of the most important changes to the TSI-OP compared to the 2019 version. So let's start with the general part. TSI-OPE amendments have been published in September 2023. It's not a complete recast, so this regulation only covers changes to the 2019 version. But however, from March 2024, a consolidated version is available on the official journal of the European Union. Okay, so this is an overview of the TSI-OP deadlines, also including the amendments given by the 2023 version. So we have 28th of March 2024, which was the deadline for member states to submit the list of national rules to be modified or repealed together with an action plan. I would say that today we didn't receive too many of those plans. So not all member states have submitted their national plans. Then we have 16 June 2024, which was the deadline set for railway undertakings and infrastructure managers to apply the Appendixes A and C. Appendix A is the one containing the ERTMS operational rules, and Appendix C is the one defining the communication methodology, also including the European instructions. This deadline of 16th of June 2024 is subject to a delay, so this deadline could be 16 December 2025 under the conditions that the IM submits to the Commission and to the agency a detailed plan for implementation, asking for this postponement, taking into consideration the training needs, especially for drivers, and the need for eventually adapting the IT tools. And then we have 28 June 2024, which was the deadline for the sector, railway undertakings and infrastructure managers, to adapt their safety management system in order to receive the 2023 provisions. And finally, we have deadline in January 2025 and January 2026, which are deadlines for member states to receive provisions on the rear end plates. Okay, you have already seen the slides. It was presented by Antoine before this afternoon. So this gives you an overview of all subsystems and the applicable TSIs. As you may see, there are two main areas, the structural and the functional one. And here I would say that the functional TSIs have a different structure. Oh, please. Please. Joao.
Yeah, but you have a good projection voice anyway. We could hear you from a distance.
Okay, the slide is a different one. If you look on operation and traffic management, on a previous slide, which was shown by your colleagues, that was OPE, but also SRT and PRM, because they include some information regarding operation.
Yeah.
However, I still believe, and that was not on the previous slide of your colleagues, that operation and traffic management should also refer to control command and signaling.
Exactly.
Because it is related to the onboard modes of operation, for instance. So I think it's not exact.
That's not really true.
Okay.
Is good, this slide, because TSI-OP is the only TSI applicable to operation and traffic management. Of course, behind operation and traffic management, there are several interfaces. The one that you named, but also, for instance, PRM, TSI tunnel, and there are also common safety methods or ECM regulations as well. And in part 3 of the TSI-OP, there is a very big, very exhaustive table indicating all those kind of interfaces where we try to be very specific in indicating in which part of the TSI-OP subsystems there are interfaces with other TSIs or other external documents, and those are listed in point 3 of the TSI-OP.
I would agree, assuming that it is in the part of the TSI saying about interfaces, but if you look on the SRT or PRM TSI, it involves additional detailed requirements for the operation and maintenance in Chapter 4.
Yeah, all structural TSIs have interface with operations, because we cannot run trains without an interface with infrastructure, for instance. Thanks for having spotted that. And I would also say as an information that we try to solve all those kind of information that were not so much clear in the TSIs in the application guide. So if you have any specific question of interfaces, we can talk about. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any
other questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I move on. This was to say that functional TSIs normally have different structure compared to the structural one, because they must be applied differently. The main difference between structural and functional TSIs is that structural TSI may be applied directly, whilst functional TSIs needs an additional layer of implementation in the SMS. So, what is the TSI-OP? TSI-OP is a functional TSI, so it belongs to the functional subsystems. It sets out high-level requirements that should be used by IM and RUs when developing SMS processes and procedures. TSI-OP mainly focuses on the interface between RU and IM, especially those that are relevant for interoperability. And I would also say that TSI-OP does not provide a complete description of railways operations. And therefore, it should not be read in isolation with other EU legislations, especially the common safety methods on SMS, the one on monitoring, and the one on risk evaluation and assessments. Those are to be read all together. The purpose of the TSIOP, indeed, is to provide a link to all operational preparations needed to ensure safe operation of trains. And this, of course, in accordance with responsibilities set for the railway undertakings and infrastructure managers as implemented in their raw SMSs. Please.
Yes.
It's an important one.
Okay.
I move.
All questions are important. Huh?
I move back.
If you can go back one slide.
I'm trying, but yes.
Okay. You say it has to be read together with risk evaluation and assessment.
Yes.
Common safety method. The common safety method for risk evaluation and assessment says that this is applicable for technical, operational, and organizational changes.
Yes.
Does it mean it has to be applicable in case of change of rules when we are implementing ETCS or GSMR? I personally believe I know the answer, but I would like you to say that exactly.
I don't know if I got the question. Maybe the answer is yes. The Railway Safety Directive, if I'm not mistaken, in Article 9, sets out specific requirements. So every SMS should be risk-based and process-based. Of course, managing changes on a risk-based approach is part of that. And it's the same for operations. So you have to apply the common safety method on risk evaluation and assessment, not only when you change from GSMR or another technology, but also when you change your organization, or for instance, you change something in the type of transport you do, passing from a single passenger, passenger only dealing with passenger, a railway undertaking only dealing with passenger transport, to a freight one, for instance, or when another example could be when you introduce transport of dangerous goods in your SMS or in your organization. In all those changes, you have to apply. So in general, I would say that when you say technical, structural, and organizational, every changes should be assessed via the common safety method on risk assessment. Thanks for the okay. I got another question from there,
There's
please.
a question down there. I'll come a second. Hello, and it's in Polish, so you'll have to wear your
yes. Give me just
your
a second,
converter
please.
machine. Give me a second.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Please.
Ryszard Włoszczyk.
My name is Ryszard Włoszczyna. I represent the manager of the infrastructure of the Polish Railway Company. In TSI, OP, and also elsewhere, we have interfaces between different subsystems. Do you think it makes sense to refer to these interfaces when doing the risk management process?
The answer is yes. Thank you. So every interfaces shall be taken into account when assessing risks, because we have the proof that almost every type of risks are at interfaces. So yes, you're totally right. Taking into consideration interfaces between some systems is a good way to manage risks, operational risks at least. Yeah, I hope I answer your question.
Okay. Dziękuję.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Any further questions?
Other questions? No?
No, it's fine. Let's
Thank
proceed.
you. So I can move on?
Yep.
Next slide is about what is not the TSIOP. Of course, these slides, I would say, has been drafted based on the return of experience that we have based on the single safety certificates delivering processes that we deal within the agency. So what is not the TSIOP is not a piece of legislation that the sector should not know about. It's not a piece of legislation that it's not really needed because everything is already regulated at national level or dictated by the infrastructure manager. It's not a piece of legislation that can be introduced in your SMS without a real change to the approach. And this brings me to the previous question that I received. So risk-based and process-based approach is a must. We cannot skip it. Again, TSIOP, it's not a set of sentences that are enough for the RU to say that everything is covered, or just copy-pasted in the SMS without any reflection. TSIOP, it's not a set of sentences that can be put in a separated document without taking into consideration the interfaces between all other SMS processes and procedures. And this brings me to the previous question from the IM. Of course, as I said before, TSIOP should not be read in isolation. And indeed, there are many links between the TSIOP and the common safety method on SMS, single safety management systems. There are many, but the crucial one is, of course, criterion 5, especially 5.1 for normal and degraded operations, and 5.5 on emergency management. But also other SMS requirements are linked to the TSIOP. For example, the context of the organization is necessary to determine what the company intends to do, how many resources are employed or contracted, where they operate, the legal requirements applicable, and so on and so on. And another example could be, for instance, the link on monitoring. In the TSIOP, we have on board and on ground data to be recorded. We have also quality, operational quality, etc. So the links between the TSIOP and the common safety method on SMS is crucial. The two documents shall be read together. So, as I said before, copy-pasting the TSIOP in the SMS, it's not enough. The railway undertakings and the infrastructure manager should not forget the past, but they should evolve into a process-based approach. So the TSIOP, it's not enough. And with this slide, I would like to give you an overview on, let's say, the different level that should be considered when implementing the TSIOP in your organization. So first of all, the vision. Your safety vision should describe the desired state of safety in your company, and it should drive your decision. Then we have the fundamental operational principles that are set out in the Appendix B1 of the TSIOP, and those should be taken into consideration when you develop your SMS procedures and processes. The common operating rules of TSIOP Appendix B2 should be integrated in your operational processes. And finally, the company rules should also consider the national rules that are permitted by the Appendix I of the TSIOP. So this kind of, let's say, process-based approach is what we, as an agency, normally check when assessing the SMS, the safety management system, in the field of delivering a single safety certificate. So this is what we look at in your SMS when you ask for a single safety certificate. And finally, this was planned to be a sort of example. So for instance, when we have to deliver a service, a train from A to B, we need workforce, we need vehicles, we need infrastructure, and we need rules. For instance, we need shift for vehicle and people, we need timetable, we need fleet, and we need information and communication protocol. We need competent staff for delivering such services. We need operational activities, driving trains, preparing trains, accompanying trains, and so on and so on. Then we need to record operational data, to investigate accident reports on inspections, and we have also to set the process to plan changes. For instance, new route, new type of services, new vehicles, new lines, and this is exactly the question that was asked before. If you look at those, is exactly the Deming cycle, Plan, Do, Check, Act, that should be the basis for every single SMS process. And some activities, of course, may be outsourced, but still under the responsibility of the entity that is outsourcing such type of activity. So part one is it's over now. So if you do not have any further question, I will give the floor to my colleague Beatrice, who will go through the next part of the presentation, please.
Which
green one has to go?
Here?
No,
this one. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can all hear me. My name is Beatrice Klaes, and I work in the same unit than my colleague Roberto Mele in the Safety and Operation Unit. Time is running. I will try to present you the key changes of TSI OPE 2023 version and their impact on SMS. A bit louder? Okay, I will try. So first of all, we have an Article 5A in TSI OPE that was published requiring each member state to notify the rules made redundant by the publication of the implementing regulation. And the consequence of this article is that member states must provide information about the cleaning up of their national rules. To manage this, the agency drew up the next phase in the cleaning up of the national rules process. Another article was the Article 5B. This requires the IAMs and the RUs to make the necessary changes to their SMS to ensure compliance with the requirements of the 2023 version of TSI OPE regulation. And the consequence of this is that the article is that the SMS of the RU and the IM should be able to provide information about the possible impact of these changes on their SMS, as well as how companies dealt with these changes and updated it in its respective SMS. Next slide is showing you, next two slides in fact, are showing you the teams that we selected with the key changes on which we would like to inform you a little bit. I will try to go quickly through this presentation, but it was built in that way that you can use it as a reference tool once you receive the presentation. So I will not read it out loud, but you can see already in the first column the modified topics and the way how we took all the information linked to this topic together. So this is the second slide. And also for some topics, there is an AMOC related to this. So a first topic is on content and description of scope of TSI OPE. Okay, so compared to the 2019 version, the content and the description of scope of TSI OPE regulation are summarized and more emphasis is put on the essential elements. Firstly, for its contents, on the link between the fundamental operational principles and the common operating rules. And secondly, for its scope and the relation to other legislation, making a clear connection between the SMS documentary part, so the process and procedures as explained by my colleague earlier, and the most important stuff involved, as well as tangible assets important for operations. So not only rolling stock, but also software, all the tangible assets in the company. The main impact of this change in the text is that TSI OPE, in addition to describing interfaces between RUs and IMs, it now also describes some basic requirements for elements that are entirely the responsibility of an RU or an IM. A second topic is about specifications relating to staff. So this point of the annex of TSI OPE has thoroughly changed. The first part of point 4211 now emphasizes the importance of the development of a competence management system and the responsibility of each IM and RU for setting up their SMS according to their activities and their needs. Each RU and IM shall identify its safety-critical tasks and safety-related functions. Of course, this must be done in a risk-based manner. The last part, so the 6th and 7th paragraph of this point, provides now more clarification on the information that should be made available upon request. Then there is an obligation to define a risk-based competence management system that is once repeated in point 461. And appendixes F and J, there is the word minimum that has been cancelled from the title. What is the impact from the removal of this word? Before there was space for national rules defining additional elements. Now there is only space for additional SMS rules. No longer national rules can exist on this. A little bit. I cannot return, apparently. Yeah. Health and safety conditions. So for all staff with safety-critical tasks and safety-related functions, the IM/RU in question must set up a document and document the process they put in place to meet the medical, psychological, and health requirements. For 3 categories of staff, fitness requirements are set in the points 472 and 473. And there is also a clarification in the text regarding medical examinations and the mutual recognition of their results by other IMs and RUs. Also linked to this topic, specifications relating to staff are some changes in the definitions in Appendix J on safety-critical tasks, and Appendix I, there are some changes in the lists in points F and J. Next are the changes where not otherwise specified. TSI OPE applies to all staff as identified in the SMSs. Appendix F and J define elements relevant to professional qualification for 2 categories of staff. The training and the qualification methods are for the SMS of the respective organization to define. And the results of medical examination shall be recognized by other IMs and RU. The table below in the slides, there you can find an overview of how the competences of staff should be managed and how legislation should be taken into account when ensuring staff competences. So first of all, the identification of both safety critical tasks as well as safety-related functions is for the SMS to identify based on the results of risk assessment. Secondly, the organization's SMS must ensure professional qualification, taking into account all relevant legal requirements for respective staff categories. And last but not least, to ensure health and safety conditions, each organization must also take into account the relevant legal requirements, both in the OP TSI and in national rules on limits or other legislation in the field of occupational health and safety. The agency also drafted a clarification note on this topic. Yes. In which, in the slide, you can find at the bottom the link to reach this clarification note. The following slides, I will go quickly through them, but it's a copy-paste of the clarification note, so I will not comment them today because the time frame is limited and we still have some slides to go through. So a next topic is the information exchange between IAMs and RUs, including information for staff executing safety critical tasks. The point 4212 of the annex of TSI OPE is also thoroughly changed. In the 2019 version, this point was about documentation for drivers. Now it is more comprehensive and it covers also information exchange between IAMs and RUs, including information for staff executing safety critical tasks. First, the link between operations, training and documentation for staff executing safety critical tasks is made explicitly. And a second important point is that the exchange of information for the purpose of drawing up and updating the rule book and the route book shall be embedded in a process to ensure this. The rest of this point describes more in detail what the information and the documentation must comply with. So among other things, it must include communication procedures as well for real time, as well for emergency situations. It must be provided in the operating language, and the information must be tailored to the information necessary for operations. Informing the driver in real time during operations. So in addition to the information to be shared at the level of IAM and RU, I done something? Okay. In addition to this information for IAM and RU, real-time information on any last-minute changes should also be exchanged at the level of the operational staff concerned, so on the level of the train drivers and signalers. This must be done in accordance with the provisions of Appendix C. And what are these last-minute changes? Well, these are situations that could not be foreseen in the documentations of staff performing safety-critical tasks, but that are directly affecting the driver's route. To be able to inform the driver in real time during operation, it must be ensured that the driver has appropriate alternative means of communication to manage emergency situations. And IAMs and RUs should make arrangements to check and confirm the suitability of vehicles and line knowledge of the drivers in case of real-time route deviation. IAMs and RUs should establish structured communication they should provide communication flows and the means for all of these flows. So in the first column, you can find some information about normal communication. This refers to the communication between organizations, IAM and RU, so at IAM and RU level, not between people or specific people. Example of such normal communication is the exchange of information about the line conditions, for example, on signals, stations, planned work, planned speed restrictions, and so on. The main concept is that the RU has enough time to digest the information within its organization and, for example, providing training to the driver when needed. And here the communication means, so the second row in this table is RINF. TSI OP does not define the timing for having the information given via RINF and the relevant timing for digesting the same information. The IM and the RU should collaborate to define a procedure to manage such type of communication based on their organization and the risk assessment. In the third column, we can see real-time communication. So this refers to situations where information needs to reach the recipient in real time. This also refers to situations or conditions that are identified by the SMS of an RU and the IM, but their occurrence cannot be planned. And the second column, as soon as it is available, is in case real-time communication is needed. RINF is also the parallel means to provide with information as soon as it is available. So, for example, on temporary speed restrictions. Another example is the information about the speed limitation given from IM to RU a couple of days before entering into force extraordinary works. For such situations, TSI OPE foresees two means of communication that are used at the same time. So the first flow is established between people, the driver and the signaler. They communicate through operational instructions. And the second communication flow is established between organizations. The RU and the IM communicate via RINF as per normal communication. In case real-time communication is needed, for example, in specific degraded situations, the main communication flow is established between the driver and the signaler through operational instructions. And then last but not least, in the fourth column, we find emergency situations. This refers to situations that are urgent, unexpected, and usually dangerous. So they pose an immediate risk to health, life, property, environment, and so on. And they require immediate action. Most emergencies require urgent intervention and must, if foreseeable, be defined in RU's and IM's SMSs. There are also specific points on this in TSI OPE 4237. And therefore, the communication flow is established between people directly concerned, so in this case, driver, signaler, via any available means of communication, always respecting the risk-based provisions in the SMS of RUs and IMs. And this is all described also in our application guide, to which my colleague earlier referred to. Next topic is on documentation for staff, rulebook and routebook. The RU and IM should ensure that safety-related information for drivers and other staff executing safety-critical tasks complies with the general requirements for information and communication as specified in the CSM on SMS in point 443. And of course, there is also a link to the other requirements of the SMS concerning the collection of information, compiling them appropriately, and supplying them to staff. Big changes in the 2023 revision regarding the concept and the implementation of rulebook and routebook are that in the 2019 version, this was a responsibility of the RU to provide, on the one hand, the driver with a rulebook, and on the other hand, to provide all other staff with safety-critical tasks, the rules, procedures, and rolling stock, and route-specific information. The RU is responsible for the rulebook as a general principle that you saw it on previous slides. And this rule book for drivers needed to comply with the following. It had to contain all the necessary operational rules and procedure that the driver has to know and apply. Preparing, updating, and compiling had to be done by the RU. Language was chosen by the RU. It had to be predefined formats, and it had to be consistent across all networks that the driver operates on. And 5 teams were predefined, like staff, safety and security, signaling and control commands, rules, train operation, including degraded modes, and so on. The rule book needed to include also 2 appendixes, the manual of communication procedure and the book of forms. And as we can see in the 2023 version, what is changed? What are the main differences? Now, firstly, the rule book must be available for all staff operating safety critical tasks, not only drivers. Secondly, the requirement also applies to IM, so not exclusively to RUs anymore. It's also clarified that the rulebook is a part of the SMS documentation and that it must be tailored to the information necessary for operation. And it's also clarified that IAMs and RUs should cooperate and exchange the necessary information in order to keep their rulebooks up to date. Then on the route book, other means of providing information by the IAM possible until RUNF allows for such functionality. TSI OPE 2023, information for route book through RUNF depending on functionalities and considering the transition period. This route book needed to comply with following. It was to provide drivers with the description of the lines and associated line-side equipment for lines over which they operated and relevant to driving task. There were some general provisions in this. The RU was the only responsible for the compilation of the route book, and it also had a predefined format. The IAM had to provide the information for the route book based on the parameters set in Appendix D2, but until RUNF provides relevant parameters, other means were possible. The IAM had to inform RU of any permanent or temporary modification. Real-time information was necessary from drivers to from IAM to drivers, and if changes were not provided as modification to the route book information. So what changed with the 2023 version? The main changes are regarding the concept and the implementation of the route book. The route book is not the only responsibility for RU, but now also includes IM for its own use, of course. Information that is needed to draw up the route book must be exchanged through RUNF. All the information on any changes to the infrastructure information must be exchanged whenever such information becomes available and affects train operations. And appropriate arrangements must be in place to govern the sources, the exchange of information on data compiled in the route book, its updates, its modifications, and the communication to staff. The drafting of the rulebook is now also clearly linked to SMS provisions. There are some RUNF future developments. You can see here, the initial planning for RUNF, although there is a slight delay today. For efficiency and competitiveness reasons, the railway sector will move away, of course, from paper and increasingly digitize. So more specifically for the documentation of staff with safety critical tasks, the rollout of RUNF is an important factor in this respect. But of course, there will be some impact on the timeline with delays of publishing the guidance on RUNF. Another topic is safety-related communication. So principally, the 2019 version of TSI OPE should be applied from June this year. But however, the changes in the 2023 version of TSI OPE were substantial. We will show you an example in a few minutes. And therefore, transition rules and conditions for the implementation of Appendix A and C were set. Appendix A and C of the TSI must be applied at the latest from the 16th of December of 2025, as also explained earlier by my colleague. On this slide, you can see an example at your left side, a European instruction from the 2019 version of TSI OPE, and on your right side, you see the 2023 version. While the basics for operational instructions remain the same, you can see that their format is more structured in order to facilitate digitalization. This was an important impact, and therefore there is a delay if an implementation plan is delivered by the IMs to NSAs and ERA. Then a topic on front-end lights. The level of luminosity that guarantee that tail plates of the previous train may be seen is changed. In the specific point 422132 of TSI OPE. Then we have something on route compatibility. In terms of process, there is no big change. New specific requirements for combined transport, as also explained by my colleagues Nordine and Antoine. Operational procedures applicable to combined transport shall comply with specifications set out in point 3 of ERA, technical document on codification of combined transport. And there is also an amended list of parameters that should be taken into account. Then we have something about checks and tests before departure. As you can also see in this title slide, there is also an AMOC linked to this topic. TSI OPE 2023, the railway undertaking shall, in the planning stage, determine the braking regime, the braking capability, corresponding maximum speed of the train, taking into account relevant line characteristics as expressed in point 1, and available in the information provided by the infrastructure manager in accordance to point 2. Rolling stock related margins derived from reliability and availability of the braking system also changed. This following slide is just to explain that there is an AMOC that can support operational processes for braking. And then we have another topic on common operational rules. This shows you the table of the today's common operational rules that exist. In red, you can see an asterisk for 4 common operational rules which contain some changes. And there is a new common operational rule 18 in TSI OPE. So what are these amendments in detail? In core 11, there is just a change in the rule, making the wording different. So not any longer a signal showing a stop aspect, but this is now replaced to end of authority. In rule 13 about emergency call, there is a part added. So the part in bold here on the slide is the added part to clarify more. And then in core 14, immediate actions to prevent dangers to trains. The structure of the core is changed a little bit to incorporate the part concerning staff of infrastructure managers. Any signaler made aware of a danger shall alert all drivers as appropriate through emergency call or using any other available means. Then we have in core 15 bold parts in the text that indicate changed or added parts in that rule. More details are added on how a failure of onboard equipment is handled in a general way, meaning defining the roles of the driver and the signaler to handle the situation in practice. And in our application guide, you can also see the link with an SMS. Of course, again, risk-based. Then we have core 18, which is a new common operational rule. For this new core, it was an Appendix A. We fully supported the idea that it is relevant on all lines, so not only ETCS-equipped lines, but also Class B systems. Rule entering on occupied track sections within a station. And then we have something on national rules, Appendix I. Yes, no longer needed. So in the 2019 version, there were no references for each point of the list areas for national rules. However, their order remains. And now there is a reference starting from A to K. The 3 amended elements are highlighted in bold in the right column. So the first item of this list of areas for national rules shunting was not further elaborated in the 2019 version. In the new 2023 version, 2 limitations of the scope of area for national rules have been added. Excluded are now operating rules for DAC, digital automatic coupling, and national rules for ERTMS shunting are limited to areas defined in Part C of Appendix A. The 5th item on local operational rule, its scope has been clarified and it's only possible when not mentioned in RINF. And the 8th item of the list remains, so rules for managing an emergency and emergency response remain possible, but scope has been further refined and completed. Then in the list of open points, the order remained, but there is now a reference from A to J. Some points were new, others changed, amended or deleted even. The changed elements are highlighted in bold in the right column. So there is a new point on specific requirements to operate combined transports exceeding the loading gauge, but not exceeding the codification of the line. And the second item in the 2019 version was on timetable, is now moved down, and the text is coherent with the changes in the text of paragraph 42123. And this is on train ring information for drivers. And the previous 3rd and 4th item of TSI OPE, so the new point D and E in the list of open points, only the word supervision is now replaced by monitoring. To be more consistent with the related point in the annex. The 5th item in the 2019 version is now point F, and this content was given to the topic that had it completely updated. The 5th one is in health and safety conditions. The first 2 content elements are deleted. And then there are some changes in the glossary of terms and abbreviations. Some slight definitions, some new terms in the glossary for combined transport train, end of authority, shunting composition, and train composition. Sorry. Then next slide does show us some amended definitions. We put the amendments in green, so you can consult it when you receive the slides. Also, the next slide on train and train preparation, there are some amendments. And this was the end of the presentation. So if you have any questions, please shoot.
So if there is any last questions for the OPTSI, it was basically talking about the amendments that have been made. If not, you can always grab our speakers during the cocktail. No burning questions? Yes, I think everybody is now desperate to go to get some food. Oh, there's one. No, wait. I spoke too soon.
Last chance for today. Okay, it's a functional TSI. So who proves that we work according to TSI OPA? Because it's not a notified body, which is responsible only for the structured subsystems, not for the functional ones. So who checks functional subsystem operation and management?
Yeah.
It's a good question.
It's a good question, indeed. When we perform assessments of SMSs to deliver safety certificates, we go in detail through all the provisions of TSI, OPE requirements linked to the specific SMS teams topics. So, for example, risk analysis, competence management, but also information and communication. Almost every CSM on SMS requirement has a clear link with TSI OPE provisions.
So that's the responsibility of a national safety authority?
Not only. So as explained also by my colleague, if a company is operating in more than one country, ERA is automatic the issuing authority. So this is checked also the same as for vehicle authorization through the one-stop shop, and together with the requirements for CSM on SMS, TSI OPE requirements are also checked in detail.
Clear? Yep. Thank you so much. Any further questions? No more. Oh, there's Natalie.
Yes. Maybe perhaps not an easy question, but as you explained, the big change is now that the highway undertaking and infrastructure manager have to make a list of safety critical tasks. Now, I don't know if you can explain, because before perhaps it was not the case, perhaps before it was done by the ministry, the NSA. Now it's a big change for them. Do you have already some feedback about this big change?
Yeah, thank you, Natalie. Indeed, this is the biggest change introduced by the TSI OP 2023. So basically, based as a return of experience from the National Safety Rules Cleaning Up process that we started in April 2020, we realized that there were plenty of national rules in every country defining something in one country and exactly the opposite in another one. For instance, we discovered that to perform the task of accompanying train, passenger train, in France, if you respect the old national rules in France and you want to perform the same activity in Italy, you cannot. The two national, you cannot at that time, yeah? So the two national rules were not aligned, but in contrast, one with the other. So if you have one competence, you cannot have the other one. And of course, this was creating obstacles to interoperability. And also freedom of moving people from one employer to another. And so basically, the decision that the Commission taken is that all those critical tasks shall be defined on a risk-based approach. So every organization shall define who does what in their organization. And based on that, every organization has to identify risks, and to cover risks, they have to identify competence and training program to develop such type of competence. And last but not the least, we also realized that if we leave the sector to really self-organize on that, we will not solve the issue. We will move the issue from the ministry to the sector level. And therefore, we asked the Commission to give the agency a mandate to develop a common safety method on competence, trying to harmonize such a topic at EU level. but so far no mandate received. But there were a workshop with the Commission this morning, so I hope that this issue will be solved very soon. But thanks for the question. Yeah.
Many thanks to Roberto and to everybody. I will finish the session here now. You can talk with them later on during the cocktail. So tomorrow... So tomorrow we will have the second part of our workshop where we'll be talking about modification of existing vehicles. Also, the colleagues will be talking about ECM, entities in charge of maintenance, and there will be a brief overview about the CCS TSI and the RTMS overall, and we'll have a quiz. So if you can join us tomorrow, you will also benefit from that, and I think we're going to have some fun. But enough is enough. If you got anything else to say, Dorothea? So let's go and get some food, guys. Have a nice day, and thank you so much.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo